Hello, and welcome back to Curse of Strahd. Hello, and welcome back to Curse of Strahd. Alright, so yes, we need to do a recap of last session. As last session, one of our number, Alina, the player of Alina, could not be here last session, and we are sadly losing one of our players as of this session. May, the player of Dahlia, will no longer be joining us, so we will have a brief exit of her character from during this session. Last time. Okay, well, actually, wait. Before I get into that, let's take a second. Deep breath. Take a moment. Let the real world considerations fall away from your mind and get into the gothic horror mood of Curse of Strahd. Alright, folks. You are in the spooky, mist-covered land of Barovia, ruled over by its dark king, Strahd von Zarovich. And you have been having some adventures or misadventures as you start to find out that you are trapped here until you can figure out how to leave and how to help the people of Barovia. So you are in Barovia Village, which is at the foot of the 1,000-foot-tall pillar stone of Ravenloft, and the dark, spired, sharp-roofed castle looms, its shadow literally falling over the village of Barovia. Folks, last time, you were at the Serpool camp of the Vistani. You had a confrontation with a Vistani spy among their number. She attempted to snatch a feather from Kata, and she was spotted and ran away. After you left the Serpool camp saying your goodbyes, you found her head in the road, white as porcelain, drained of all blood. You also found her horse its guts strung up in tree branches. You kept going as you headed toward Barovia village. And along the road, you had an encounter just by the river, the clear, cold river. There was someone, or several someones, hidden in the mud. These mud-covered barbarians jumped up and started to run away, but you confronted them, and a battle broke out. You were winning the battle, despite the incredible toughness of these barbarians. But eventually allowed them to flee. But not without one of these genderless, mud-covered folk delivering a terrible, vindictive wound cut into Nova's chest with their crude flint axes. Continuing on after that, you came to this village, the village of Barovia, which you had passed through once before, but now really got a feel for its very disturbing and depressed place. Stray dogs and starving wolves wandering in and out of the unwalled town. Walking over the broken cobblestones, the air filled with the sounds of that woman weeping. You went to the Blood of the Vine Tavern. Blood on the Vine, Blood of the Vine. The sign has actually been scratched out and changed. In that tavern, you met the 3 Vistani owners who were much less friendly than most of the Vistani you have met up till now. And a bunch of gray Barovians. Many robotic, almost soulless-seeming folk. Tattered banners festoon the abandoned buildings in this town, and the tavern has the banner of the von Zarovich family's crest hanging. The Barovians there are drinking wine, but one stood out. Ismark Kolyanovich. He bought you all a drink. Unlike most of the rest, he has a bright red sash, and he seems full of life. He was getting vastly drunk in the tavern. He turned out to be called the Lesser, as his father was a great man, the burgomaster, who helped the town survive their Dark King's predations. But it seems his father, Kolyan, died of fear and stress when his daughter, Irina, had been bitten for the 2nd time. You came to realize that Kolyan Indorovich was the one who sent the letter warning folk away from the town that you found clutched in the hand of a dead man outside the gates. But Ismark said that actually that letter was not in his father's handwriting. Ismark doesn't know what to do now. He needs to get Irina, his sister, out of town and somewhere safe. He wants to take her to one of the walled towns to the west. Kreshk or Valaki. He plied you with wine as much as he could, and begged for your aid in transporting his sister. You asked Ismark to come with you as you went and investigated other parts of the town, but when he stood up, he was very tall, very strong-looking, broad man, but he was a bit too drunk by that point, having consumed 2 whole bottles while he told you of his woes. And eventually you left him to dull the pain in the tavern. Promising to come back later and talk to him more about helping him transport Irina safely. Out in the street, you were deciding whether to go up and investigate the chapel. I'm going to go ahead and point that out here on the map. And the cemetery next to it. Or to go to the burgomaster's mansion over here to talk to Irina. Or to go to the south of the town and investigate the weeping, the inconsolable weeping woman whom the Barovians, some of the other Barovians in the tavern, just said that was the crying of Mad Mary. Rather unkindly. There is also one other open shop across the street here. The textiles, which you could look at. But as you were deciding this, as you were discussing where to go next, you once again spotted the old woman with her cart, her pastry cart, knocking on doors as she went down the street. And eventually, one of the doors opened, and some more of those depressed-looking folk came out and bought several handfuls of pastries from her. However, even from a few hundred feet away, you could hear that they could not pay the gold pieces that the old woman with her cart was demanding in return for the pastries. And so, as payment, she went into the house, and a few moments later, while your discussion was continuing, she dragged out their son. Looks to be about 7 years old. Moving quickly, she stuffed him in a sack, while the parents protested, their arms full of pastries. She strapped the sack to her cart and began to hustle away. Turning down this street, you were just starting to pursue. And a few doors and windows along the street show people's faces, gray faces, looking outside in alarm. So, on this map, every square is 40 feet. So with a dash action, you can get about 2 squares. A little bit less.
Can you put me on the map, please?
Uh, who's missing? Who is that?
Alina. Hello.
Alina.
I
Okay.
didn't. Yeah, I'm not there.
All right. So there you are, Alina. You guys would technically all be kind of here where Nova is, in the same square, but that would be rather inconvenient. So, are most of you are muted. Do you guys want to do anything special, or are you just going to run after this woman, or are you going to do something else?
I would like to cast a spell.
Very well.
So as she kind of like turns, Vidata would pretty much react instantly. So like he probably didn't see this was going on until like the last second, and as he sees her, he's just gonna throw like his orb of light at her, like a Mexican grandma throwing a slipper across the street to hit you.
La chancla.
And I will attempt to cast Entangle, causing roots and vines to spurt up from the ground around her, which will still make it difficult rain, but hopefully stopping her in her tracks.
Cool. That is a 90-foot range. So unfortunately, that will fall short.
I'm here.
I see. Hang on one second.
I guess I'd be here.
What range?
All right. Fair enough. Fair enough. We should measure from the... Very well. She will nimbly try to dodge away from that. So that will cause a dexterity saving throw? No.
Strength.
Strength. Okay. Well, this old lady pulls at the vines with surprising strength. She will tear through the vines and muscle her cart through out of the entangling plants that have grown up with shocking ease, given that she is a hunched over, warty old lady. And
luckily sorry.
Please continue.
I was gonna say, luckily the like this square basically would turn into difficult terrain as well.
Okay. Was someone else doing something special, or are you all running?
I need to get into range for my spell, but yeah, I think we're all running.
Okay.
Can Kira actually like attempt to shoot? She stuffed the boy in the bag, and is the bag like tied to the cart or kind of stuffed in the cart somewhere?
The sack containing the approximately 7-year-old boy is tied. It's like she's got like a belt. It looks like designed for this very purpose. It's strapped to the cart.
Can Kira attempt to like shoot that belt?
At this distance, really with any ranged attack, you would hit the boy. There's no way you could shoot. Well,
Kira doesn't. It would
if you got less than 40, you would hit the boy. So it would be it would be a legendary trick shot.
Kira will then dash forward instead.
Got it. Okay. So you, other than Vedata, you guys are dashing forward after her. She pulls her cart and moves with impressive speed, turning the corner into the alleyways of the town. We are going to jump to another map so that we can get a better view of what is going on.
Nova would like to summon her Echo as well. That would be the one thing that she would do while running. She can dash and summon the Echo. It's a bonus action.
Down here. Okay, she can summon her Echo, no problem. So a demonic shadow of her appears, and I presume also is giving chase.
Yes.
Bestial shadow. Okay. Oops.
Oh, they look creepy.
All right. Yes, this map by Dice Grimorium. Okay. Now, as you are doing this, that's going to make an unusual amount of noise, audible even over the distant weeping, as well as the cart, of course, wheels clattering over the broken potholes and cobblestones. You guys are noticing this almost abandoned seeming town wake up a little bit. People poking their heads out of doors and windows to find out what on earth is happening as the old lady cackles. Vedata, you would be at the very back. Any questions?
Can Nova's shadow, she can summon it 15 feet away from her, so can I just plop it there? I don't have a...
Sure. Actually, you said you had a token for the shadow.
I had just... It's just like a black and white version of Nova's actual token.
Yeah, you should give that to me and I could set it up permanently.
Yeah. Yeah,
so that I can always drag it onto the screen. But for now...
Cool. I'll put it in the Discord.
There we go. Is that the right person? No, that was Alina.
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
Muse, yeah.
I mean, that might actually be useful.
Yeah, I could quadruple cast my spells.
Sorry?
Sorcerer things, if I had two of me, I could quadruple cast spells. Because of meta magic.
You can only use meta magic once per turn and once per spell.
Yeah, but if it's an echo of me.
I guess.
Oh, I don't get that anymore. I don't get that though, so it's okay.
Cool, thank you.
Okay. So, Nova's shadow is her monstrous shadow is running ahead of you guys by a bit. Okay. So you get here, and the old lady looks over her shoulder and cackles to see you all chasing after her. And she says, Why don't you leave me alone? You want a pastry?
Alina will shout, You've taken a child, give him back, and she will cast Hold Person. That is okay. I'm in range.
Okay.
I'll post it.
As you begin casting a hostile spell, I think we are going to have to roll initiative.
Hell yeah, hell yeah. This is the one thing I was good at.
Well, oh, I'm sorry.
I honestly, first roll of the night. That's standard.
Oh no.
Ouch.
Okay. So, if you guys want to take actions, we can take them in this order. We are going to do something where we're half in. We aren't really necessarily launching a full combat here. If it becomes that, then we have our initiative order ready. If it stays a role-playing encounter, then we can keep it role-playing. So we're going to have just a rough order of activities here. Sound good?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
So, feel free to interrupt me. And anytime you want to, if you guys want to do something. So, she is going to continue hustling along, but she pauses as you hurl that spell, and she says, I'm not here to fight you.
Neither are we just want to talk.
I'm sure we can work something out.
Give the child back. Alina will start bearing herself towards her cart.
Okay. Is Alina's last initiative, is anyone also, are you all kind of just charging toward her in this hostile manner?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Kira is going to first do eye for detail to see if there is anything unusual we're missing.
That's a bonus action?
Yes. That's that bonus action.
You notice the tips of this lady's fingers are purple. And she holds them in a manner with her long, curling fingernails that indicates she has a powerful spell at the ready.
Kira will immediately tell her teammates, watch out, it looks like she has a spell at the ready.
Alina's already hurled the spell.
So did you also want to move forward, Kira, or not?
Let's see. Kira will probably feel like I've got to have something useful about hiding or something that I could do. I don't know that you can hide from spells, but
She does have a magic ring.
She does have a magic ring. Okay, Kira's gonna take a quick look at her magic ring to remember what it does.
And you have a handy card for that. That's okay.
Kira's acquired a magic ring. It's still a little bit of a novice using it. Okay, so I would have to hide from an enemy first before I can do anything.
Well, your ring has 2 powers, but
Okay, so I could just turn invisible.
you could. That would be your use of it, though.
Yeah. So Kira will not do that just yet. She
Okay.
might regret it, but she is going to move forward just a little bit, but cautiously.
Okay.
All right, that's it for Kira. She's kind of on guard and sort of watching.
Okay. Mavs, are you moving forward?
I would like to move forward. She's towing her cart, correct?
She is, but it doesn't seem to have slowed her down now that she's been running from you.
Okay.
She's shown such a level of strength that the cart probably isn't heavy enough to slow her down.
Let me see here. Hold on, I'm trying to read some. Spiritual weapon's a physical thing, right? Like, it has mass, is that correct?
No.
Hmm.
It's a not as I play it. It is a ghostly sword, or weapon of any kind.
Yeah, I
that
was
you choose.
thinking of making like a staff and jamming it in the wheels of the thing to make it stop. I'm afraid to shoot anything because I don't want to hurt the kid.
Couldn't you... I guess you could flavor, like, you could just attack the cart.
Yeah, that's what I was going to. Yeah, I was trying to think of what the best way to go about it would be. Yeah, I guess I could try and knock a wheel off with a spiritual weapon.
Okay.
So I will cast spiritual weapon. Oh, where are we at here? And I will try and take off one of the wheels of the cart to see if I can slow her down. So I imagine she wouldn't want to leave her biscuits.
The child.
Yeah.
Okay, so as you cast that spell, what spooky flavor is it going to have in the land of Barovia as it alters the appearance of the spell? I think there should be a ghost of Mavs wielding the staff weapon, but with his neck all stretched out from the noose, as we've seen before.
Oh, epic.
Like solidified fog, I'd guess.
Right on. And so that's what appears and tries to strike at the cart. What did you get to hit? A 10 to hit. Unfortunately, being a solid wooden object, it's a bit harder to get a solid hit on than that. So that will not hit.
Rats.
Okay. Kata, are you moving forward?
Yes, Kata is going to dash. Thought like this, this, and that would be 60.
Okay.
just gonna basically overtake her, turn around, and come to a stop, huffing and puffing, but not directly in a like he's not threatening her directly. He's just he overtook her, and basically that's like, okay, you're gonna stop now.
She says,
He's not saying anything. He's just like he overtakes her, and then stops and basically is waiting for what is going to happen, but he's not taking any hostile actions.
she says, "Why are you torturing me like this? I'm just making my living." You wouldn't wreck an old woman's cart, would you?
Anyone respond to that? Because if so, Vidata's going to just shout out, absolutely I would.
Cruel and unkind of you. So, as she's saying this, and as you guys are showing this activity, is your turn over? Yes, it is, right? You weren't doing
Yes.
anything else, right? Okay. As you guys are standing up to this woman, some people begin emerging from the nearby houses. Poking their heads out of scarred and clawed doors and windows. One of them is actually carrying a rake like a weapon.
Oh.
The old woman is looking, her eyes are darting around quickly, nervously. Nova.
Okay, so I do believe. Okay, so as a free action, Nova's Echo can move 30 feet. So I think she can either get here or here, depending on how.
Okay.
I think you need to move Nova first, though. Otherwise, you get out of range.
Only if it's at the end of the turn.
Oh, that's convenient. Nice.
Yes. So Nova's Echo screams down here, and then Nova is actually going to teleport using 15 feet of movement. So actually Nova ends up over here, and her shadow is suddenly over here. And then let's see. Yes, we want to be in range. She's just going to pop herself down here to kind of join in, kind of trying to make sure that this lady isn't getting away with this child. And she is going to hold her actual action, either for if this lady threatens, or if, I guess that's if she has to have like a command. It's going to be like if this lady tries to hurt anyone, Nova will, or escape. She'll attack. But she's
Okay.
not actually doing that yet. But she can. So she's holding her actual like attack action.
Okay, so you want to actually ready, you have a standard action available, right?
Yes.
Okay, can you click on your token and give yourself the 3 blades icon for me?
Yeah.
And that will show that your action is readied. So so if I'm understanding you correctly, you are readying an action to attack the old lady with your drawn greatsword if she takes a hostile action against anyone.
Yes. Because if she moves, I can use my attack of opportunity anyway. So I'm trying to be strategic. Anyway, that's Nova. Like Nova, she's not like good at negotiation. She just knows that like she doesn't want, like she's not okay with this child being taken. And everyone else seems very not okay with what's happening. So he's going to take action.
Okay. As you guys gang up on her and shout your insistence that the child be returned, more people are appearing out of their doors. More of them carrying objects. You see a woman with a frying pan and a man with a broom handle and a few other people. They have tremendous fear on their faces, but seem ever so slightly encouraged enough to emerge by your actions.
Oh, do they look like they're going for this lady?
This guy steps forward, the one carrying the rake, and he says, "The child, you horrible old woman." But he kind of mutters it. "Give back the child." They're not menacing you, to answer your question. Oh, damn, that's an awesome token. Do you like that, Nova?
That looks amazing!
Amazing. All right. This is going into the game right now. This is actually going to be shown, yeah. Okay. Okay. This is all important. Stunning visuals. Oh, it's a big file. There we go.
Oops.
All right. Well, that's amazing. Thank you very much.
No problem.
Monos, yeah. All right. So we're going to remind me, Nova. Don't let me forget, because I can't do it right now. But I'm going to set that up. I got to set that up fully.
No problem. I will later.
Okay. The old woman is looking from you guys to these other people, and she gets this foul expression on her face. She holds up her purple-tipped fingers and nails and says, Wait. There's no need for all of these. And Nova, do you have any training in the older edition it would have been called Spellcraft, but I think it's Arcana now.
No.
Okay. So, Nova, you don't realize that she's casting a spell until she's already cast it. So,
I was going to say, as she casts it, could I take the identify spell reaction to see if I can figure out what spell it is?
There's an identify spell reaction?
As a reaction, you can make an Arcana check with the DC of 10 plus the spell's level. You have advantage if it is of your class. If you succeed, you basically know what the spell is.
Go for it.
Okay, thank you. Well, I fail. Unless it's a level -3 spell.
Bummer. So you were thinking you could have shouted a warning?
Yeah, that was my idea.
Good thinking.
Dark power?
Well, Kira already warned us. Like, Nova was actually back here when Kira had been like, hey, she has a spell.
Do I bargain with the dark powers again?
Speedrun corruption.
I think that's worked every time so far for you. Might as well.
I think I will.
I don't think you'll get anywhere with it.
Ah, yes. Bargaining with the dark powers again.
Fails again.
Don't seem to like you much.
Yeah, I don't know if I call it bargaining anymore.
They're just robbing me.
Yeah.
More like simping to the dark powers.
That's
Being friend-zoned.
really, really bad luck.
Is it a level -1 spell?
No, it is not. So yes, you did get a warning that she has spellcasting abilities, but you don't necessarily recognize what it looks like when she's casting a stilled spell. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, her spell will go off, and then Nova will react. Is basically how that works. Right now. So she is trying to get away with it. Did it not cast? Cast, damn you! Why is it not just casting the spell? Just go. Well, that's not what I wanted to show you guys. Don't look!
We're not
I mean,
seeing
for what it's
anything
worth,
yet.
nothing showed up.
Yeah.
Just
Really?
nothing showed up.
Yeah, it's on
Yeah,
GM, I assume.
No, it's not. Let's try...
Okay.
Let's
now
try this.
something came through.
Well, don't read the shared spellcasting. Okay, so no, this isn't set up properly. You'd think. Just cast it. Just. Oh my god. It's doing everything but pasting the spell and rolling the dice. All right,
So you're
fine.
right.
Huh?
Foundry's on sale for the rest of the month.
No, thanks.
It's 20% off right now.
Oh, okay. Now it's gonna work.
Oh, there we go.
No,
Almost.
like, it comes like 20
Why?
times now.
Oh
Well,
no.
That's real helpful.
It's just really slow. Maybe you need to restart.
Okay. So,
It didn't roll for any of them.
Nova will actually, since you have the higher HP, actually Kata is going to drop right to sleep. No
That
save.
that doesn't take into account temporary hit points, does it?
Kata, you smell this horrible smell of powdered bones. And you drop to the ground, fast asleep. Nova, you get your reaction as you realize a spell has occurred.
I'm gonna hit her with my fancy new. Oh my god!
What did you get?
You rolled the self.
Oh no. Okay. Can I just? Am I on self? Okay. Well, I rolled a nat 1.
Oh,
But-
no.
But since I didn't do it in public, it doesn't count, right? That is not that much better.
Normally, we would still count that. But, for being so honorable, you refresh your inspiration.
Aww.
The
Damn it.
you can well, no, I guess bargaining with the dark powers won't do you much good here.
No, but I can actually, when I take the attack action, I can also attack again, just with, oh wait, no, my shadow's not here, never mind.
Yeah, your shadow's way over
She's
there.
way back there. And actually, she disappears, so it's fine. It's just my one attack, it doesn't hit. I
Okay.
don't think...
Nova, you take a swing. The old woman steps back and it falls short, but she doesn't seem delighted with this situation. She sees that Kata has dropped unconscious. Thank you for putting the icon on Kata. But she she's looking around, and Nova, your attack may have missed, but you've emboldened these other gray Barovians. And shivering, trembling in every limb, a girl comes up and points a kitchen knife toward the old lady. She's holding it in the same grip that you are holding your greatsword, Nova. She's watching you. This little girl, this young woman. And she shaking so much that the tatters that she wears are shivering as well. She points the kitchen knife at the old woman and she says, No taking the child. At this point, the old woman puts up both her hands. She says, all right. She says, don't worry, your feathery friend is, he's fine. He's just taking a little nap. Let me unstrap the boy. Vedata and Alina, is it, do you guys want to do anything or allow this to continue forward?
Oh yeah, but Vedata's fucking furious. The one thing he hates more than anything is people who mess with kids. Is it my turn? Sorry, yeah, it's okay. So Vedata's like at the back of the group, of course. He hasn't been running, but anyone who's like looks at him can see that he's just he's not exactly sprinting, but he's doing his best to like keep up with the party. And he'll run up, and does the woman have any like metal on her?
None whatsoever. She's wearing these strange tattered rags, and she has all these kind of like look like dried chicken bones or chicken legs, like kind of strung about herself. And I mean, you can see from her art that she's not really wearing any armor or carrying any metal weapons or anything of that nature. And her cart is made of wood as well.
No piercings?
Not really. She does have a hairpin, a big metal hairpin in her hair. But that's not really, I think, what you're looking for.
Let me think. I could go all balls to the walls and do this. I haven't used this ability yet. Does she look like she's reaching towards the bag, you said, right? Looks like she's like reaching.
She's put up her hands in a gesture like this. And she says, let me unstrap the boy. All right.
Am I allowed to check if she's lying? Or is it kind of like a once per turn bonus action thing?
I'm going to roll this one in secret. Actually, you can't really check. I mean, you know, it's you can roll it. All right, you can roll it. Roll insight. I changed my mind.
Sorry, navigating a bunch of different open things. Yeah, basically I do have ear for deceit, but that is a bonus action, and I've previously used it a bonus action.
Well, it's about to be your turn again, and we're not going in strict combat order yet here, so you can go ahead and use that as well if you want. I don't know what it does. A talent for picking out lies. Very nice.
Oh, damn. That's going to be very useful in Barovia, where everyone's an asshole or a liar. Usually both.
So then now I would make an insight check.
Yes. She absolutely seems to be being honest about what she's saying right now. And it seems to be surrendering the boy. More than willing to surrender the boy.
Kira says she seems to be telling the truth to whoever who can hear her.
So as like he's running forward and he's like readying a spell in his hands, he hears that from Kira and sort of stops in his tracks. But he has this like glowing, unstable orb of light in his hands as he does. That's like crackling with energy. And as an action, I'm going to hold Guiding Bolt. And if she takes any hostile actions, I will cast Guiding Bolt targeting her. That will be me. Done.
So you are concentrating on a readied spell?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Please give yourself the 3 blades icon. And Nova, you should remove yours.
Yes.
All right. Elena, did you want to do something or allow this to move forward?
She'll just allow it to move forward, but she will move towards where everyone is.
No problem. Okay. The old woman, hunching over, steps to the side of the cart and starts unstrapping the boy. And she kind of darts this look over her shoulder at this guy standing behind her, and he stumbles backwards, almost falling down, giving her space. He's gonna like move back into his house, basically. Terrified of her. The trembling other folk are also backing off as she is complying with your demand. So she starts unstrapping it. There are clicks and the sound of stretching leather, and she lifts up the sack and says, and there's like a boy in there. She lifts it in one hand, and she says, "Who would like to take the boy then? Who will take the child?"
No one says anything. Vidata's rushing forward.
Nova will come forward and be like, I will take the child.
Okay. What is your strength, Nova?
It is 18.
Okay. So you take the sack, and this boy, I mean, a small child, but still must be skin and bones, because you can lift the sack easily as well. And she nods, grins at you, Nova, and you're getting a close look at her teeth for the first time. And you wish you hadn't, because they are large and round, big old chompers, and stained brown. Some of them seem to be naturally flat, but have been sharpened.
I have the sack, right?
Yes, she has handed over the sack, and she stands grinning.
Nova rips the sack open because she doesn't think that there's a boy in there that's still alive.
A pale, small boy looks up at you tearfully. And he rises up out of the sack. And he's looking around. What is happening? She says, "Oh, don't you worry, little Jarov. You're going back home to your parents." She reaches out a hand to pat him on the head, carefully. "For now." Well. Very good. So, shall I just be going then?
Elena will step forward and stand, basically blocking her from touching her car and go, have you got any more kids in that home you're heading to right now? I feel like this picking up and taking of them is not the first time you've done it.
Don't you go prying into other people's business all the time?
Seems like our business now.
She looks around. All of you people! You are complicit with this? What, you don't want dream pastries anymore? You don't want to forget your troubles? And the gray people...
They don't need to forget their troubles. Oh, sorry.
Well, I'll let you continue in a second, but they edge away from her as she looks at them. And I call them gray because their clothes are drab and gray. They're not literally... I mean, they're sallow and pale as though they've never felt the touch of the direct sunlight. But they aren't literally like zombie gray. Mm-hmm. They are living people. Please continue, Vedata.
Yeah, as she says that, like, Vedata will kind of like... He's still holding this like crackling ball of energy. And he looks at her and he says, "They don't need to forget their troubles anymore. We'll fix them. We'll help them. You won't terrorize this place anymore. If I see you around here again," kind of looks around at his friends and says, "They won't be able to stop me. I think you know that."
She's still, her eyes are darting around, and every time she looks at one of these people, they start going back in their houses, fearfully. Mm-hmm. She says, "Of course you will. Of course you will. There should be no more troubles between us. I have knowledge. I can give you information that will help you. Then you let me go on my way, yes? To make my living?"
What exactly are you saying, woman? What do you want?
I will trade you knowledge that you need. If you let me go. And we have no more of this unpleasant fighting. She's looking at Alina, who's standing in front of the handles of her cart.
Let you go as in you continue business, or let you go as in you leave this town and you never show your face here again?
Don't tell me I can't come back to town. That's not very nice. I'm just going to go home now. She's looking at you with these wrinkly eyes. I'm just going to go home now. Go see my daughters. Yes. I'll give you knowledge that you need. You just let me go.
Is Mav still asleep? Oh, sorry, is Kata still asleep?
No one's awakened him yet. He is lying there on the dirty cobblestones.
I have a child in my arms.
Yeah, I'm gonna... Vedata at this point is gonna, like, drop his spell and just kind of, like, throw a pebble at Kata to attempt to, like, do damage to wake him up.
Friends like these.
You pick up a rock that's come loose from the street, and you toss it at Kata, doing a point of damage and awakening him. So, Kata, you've just
Okay.
been hit by a rock and you shock awake. Go ahead.
Okay, I do have a question. If I have temporary hit points, so do I actually wake up?
Yes, it still hurts.
Okay, good. Good.
You actually lose the temporary hit points when you fall asleep.
Is that true?
Mhm.
I didn't know that.
I think, yeah, when you...
Temporary hit points only last as long as you're conscious,
Huh.
or until the next short rest.
More evidence that sleep is a completely broken spell that I will abuse.
It really fucking is.
Oh wow, it sounds like it's my favorite spell in the game. Like, oh.
Well, Vidata will kind of like shout sorry to Kata as he wakes up.
What's wrong, Kata?
I mean,
Yog, are you having an issue?
No, I was just looking at the skill that gave the temporary hit points. It only says you lose those temporary hit points if you doff the arcane
Alright.
armor, but I guess there's general rules. for
Let's
that.
look up the proper rule later and just
Yeah, it's not important.
go with Monos's comment for now.
Yeah.
This combat doesn't seem to be continuing, so it's not critical.
and then we'll step away from the car. Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry, I've got to turn you up. I can barely hear you.
Yeah, it's. I'm not on my big mic today. That takes forever to set up and being busy.
Got it.
Alina will, as she steps away from the front of the cart, she wants to like sneak her hand in and grab a pastry.
Sleight of hand check.
Do I even? Oh boy. Oh, not too bad.
Okay.
That's not too bad.
You all hopefully know what your passive perception is. I suppose Kira probably doesn't know. So your passive perception is 10 plus your bonus to perception. So apply your passive perception, folks, to the sleight of hand that Alina just did. Thank you.
Nobody would miss it.
I'm sure I have like god awful perception. I got a 15.
Okay. All right.
I am working on
So,
it.
so some of you spotted her, may have spotted Alina. Some of you may not.
Okay, so my perception is +5.
Okay.
So would that mean 15?
Yes, it
Yep.
would. So, Alina, you slip one of these into your sleeves, and you feel the old lady's eyes on you, but she just smiles. She just smiles and nods. Okay.
Okay, if I pick up some Barovian drug and she's gonna have to have a drug mechanic, I'll be very sad. Oh no.
They smell amazing, by the way. I haven't mentioned this because we've been in a combat situation, but now that you guys are talking, those of you standing next to the cart or near it can smell this just amazing fresh-baked pastry smell. It smells just amazingly sweet and like the best turnover you've ever eaten. Whatever your favorite pastry is, bear claw, donut, what have you, that's what it smells like.
Awesome.
And I should change the music again. Okay. So she says, "You let me go. I want to be able to come back to the village. But I will give you knowledge that you need. Yes? How does that sound, eh?"
Knowledge. Do we ask you questions?
Well, I can tell you things that you need to know. I have much knowledge, and you want to do good, you will need to know it. But I'm happy to go on my way. Don't be so mean to me. Yes, don't be so mean to me. I need to make a living too. I sell my pastries for a gold coin apiece. And she winks at Alina with one large, wrinkly eyelid.
No amount of secrets or knowledge is worth the life of a child.
Of course not. Of course not. She smiles that horrible, large, gap-toothed smile. Of course not. No, but people have to pay me.
It's a bit of a meta question since I saw the coven thing. Like, given the whole like stealing children, the big grin, the long fingers, would Vidata be able to piece together that this is probably a hag?
You can make an Arcana check.
I will bargain if I need to.
No.
21.
Speed run.
Well, it might be. You know that there's a good chance. You've heard of what hags are. The coven thing you never saw. That was a misclick.
Yeah, no worries. I was just saying because
Vidata has heard of creatures that pose as old women and do terrible things and have dark magic. And she certainly fits the bill. Those
and I'm trying to like ask these questions without fucking trying to separate my knowledge from Vidata's knowledge.
Okay.
Would Vidata be aware of the nature of like fey creatures, like how they like to trick people and make deals and that sort of thing? That's pretty like common knowledge, right?
Well, with a 21, you know that. You know that hags certainly do that.
Vidata will kind of just like narrow his eyes and he says, I'll make a deal with you. How about that?
A deal? I am listening.
Kind of. He shudders at those words. You see like this horrible shiver run down his spine. And he says, when I die, you can have my soul. Leave these kids alone, though.
Alina's just gonna step in front of him and go, he doesn't mean that, and she's will stare at him. Your soul's a big thing to bargain with. You shouldn't.
It's worth it. It's worth it for the children. If it means protecting these kids, I'll do whatever I need to. I want you to know that, woman.
Did you say woman to me?
Are you saying it to the hag?
Oh, okay. I'll say it's rude. We can help them in other ways. Selling your soul is never the answer. That goes to a special place when you die, not to this old woman's bargaining bin.
If she wanted to, she could probably kill us where we stand. We're doing what's best for the people of this town and the people of Barovia.
It's all right. I don't want his soul anyway.
And what do you want?
I just want to go now.
Yes, but you'll come back. What will keep you from coming back?
That is unfortunate. Given the secrets I could tell you. But I will just go then. You guard the village. Yes? So, Alina, you've moved, right?
She's like she tried to like move to hide herself from the hag, so she like moved to her back. She's like standing against it still though.
Are you
doesn't
still
want her.
standing in the way of her grabbing the cart handles?
Oh yeah, she's still standing in the way.
Okay.
Yeah.
She says, surely you will let an old lady go now? You've already taken my payments. I have to go make more pastries. She winks at you again.
People like still looking at her with fear. Like, do the townspeople still look terrified?
Fewer and fewer of them are daring to stand outside. They still look fearful. She says, perhaps... I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Vedata's gonna kind of like make one like little last stand. He's mostly doing this for flair, but like he's covered in tattoos of like star constellations and stuff. It probably looks like he draws on himself and then gets it tattooed. But I am going to use my wild shape, but instead of turning into a creature, I am going to use starry form. So essentially, Vedata would just begin glowing, and his tattoos would start lighting up, and all the tattoos that cover him would kind of like animate, almost like they are really the stars. And as he does that, he kind of begins to glow a little, and he'll speak out, his voice sounding echoed and celestial as he does, almost like he's just stepped down from the heavens themselves. He'll say this as loudly as he can without shouting, and he'll look to the woman and he says, "The people of this village will no longer be afraid of you or live under your tyranny. Leave now so I may show you mercy. But if I see you again, it is not the devil you shall fear. It is me, Vedata. The hand of the stars will crush you, wimp."
Make an intimidate check.
Okay, my charisma is very bad. It's +1. I'm gonna burn my inspiration.
That's what I wanted to say. This was really inspiring.
That was a big inspiration right there. You can also bargain. Again.
I think this is the one situation where I won't.
Okay.
Exactly.
Very well. So all of the rest of you, are highly impressed by this display from Vedata. He's using a power you haven't seen before. You are left with a kind of tingling feeling, you're glad that Vedata's on your side. This old woman, however, not so much. Not so much. She stares and she looks you up and down with the glowing starry form over your skin, and she says, "Interesting. Well, perhaps we will meet again. All right. I'm going now. Excuse me." She's gesturing for Alina to get out of the way.
Alina will move, yeah.
Okay.
Hesitantly.
All right.
She still wants that pastry, though.
So she steps around, gives you all a last wink, picks up the handles of her cart, and swiftly trundles off. And you see her take a turn to leave, to take the road out of town. Some of the other folk are still staring at you guys from out of their boarded up doors and windows. And you can hear them mutter, "Off she goes to old Bone Grinder. The old meal." All right. What do you guys want to do now? The sound returns to the distant wailing and weeping of Mad Mary. There are people out and about in the streets every now and then, looking nervously at one another or the sky, or up at the castle. Stray wolves wandering the streets, and the general smell in the air. It's almost hard to describe. It's not just that it's filthy. It's almost the smell of hunger in the village. What's next?
Well, Nova is going to return this child that she has acquired.
Okay.
And take it back to the parents.
You take it back to the parents, and the boy thanks you. He tells you his name, which I just had open. Hang on.
It was not Jeffrey, but it was almost Jeffrey.
The last name of the family. So you return him to the Jarov parents.
Huh.
Maybe it's Yarov. That seems more likely. And Lucian, yes. He is Lucian Yarov.
Definitely not.
And he thanks you, Nova. He thanks all of you. And as the parents gather him back up, he kind of, with that sort of formality that very grave for a 7-year-old, very solemn. Some, little kids have this air about them of formality. And he seems a little more brightly colored than some of the other folks. His parents have dressed him in a kind of a green and yellow jacket. He bows, folding his arm under his little 7-year-old sized jacket, and looks up at you all. And he says, I thank you. If ever Lucian Yarov can be of service to you, just ask. And he wipes some tears from his face as he goes inside. His parents, weirdly, they seem to have recovered from... They're happy to have him back, but they're showing far less emotion than when she took the boy. They seem to be a little bit dazed, out of it, spacey, staring off into the middle distance. And they say, oh yes, our boy Yarov is back. Thank you very much. This is good. They kind of close the door, but not all the way, and you can see that it's very messy inside, and they kind of wander after the boy as he walks inside his house.
This place is fucking weird.
I guess that's the effect of those pastries. They just make you not worry about your life for a while.
That seems like a mistake in this kind of place, but...
You do what you need to get by. Elena will pipe him. I guess if they didn't want to deal with it, they didn't have to.
Ignoring your problems doesn't solve them. Makes them worse, and if anything.
Well, maybe once we're done here, they won't have the same problems.
He nods at that and he says, you people may not share the same ideals as me, but he kind of looks down at the air, and I want to look up Are there any, like, of the birds that we were told that, like, are watching us around? I think it was ravens, right?
Remember, there was a raven that almost seemed like it was directing you toward the tavern.
Mm-hmm.
That had perched on the sign. There are crows, much smaller, scruffy-looking blackbirds, but the ravens, there aren't any that you are spotting at this particular moment. You guys are actually over here by the Yarov house.
Well, I'm going to attempt to just, like, look towards any of the wildlife that's nearby me and just say... he basically just says, like, I vow to protect this village. Simple as.
All there is a skin and bones stray dog in the street over here that briefly looks up at from eating the dead rat.
He'll say it to the dog then.
Kata will look at Vedata and say, how are we going to do our other stuff when we have to stay here and guard the village then?
We can do both things. We don't have to just do one. But I think... He kind of looks up to the hill, or to the mountain, I guess, where the castle is. And he says, the one thing keeping this village down will be that devil. That hag and the other creatures are just icing on the cake.
The hag will be back. She will take the boy again.
Then we find this old bone grinder, and we grind it to bone.
Alina's actually going to giggle at that pun. Alina's going to giggle at that pun, actually. And picking up on the situation, she'll just look down at her feet, clutching the pastry in her sleeve.
We can't run from these people's problems. We need to help them. That's what we're here for, isn't it? Heal this land. We can't just start with the devil. We need to start with the people. They're the ones hurting the most.
You're not wrong. I'm just not a people person, so I've got... Do you think the show of force actually helped? And Kata looks around a bit and tries to catch glimpses of people in windows. I mean, they've seen this before, right? Some strangers coming in, making a splash, and then joining the procession.
Maybe. But they were proud enough to leave their homes and face her with us. That stands for something.
Oh. I must have missed that.
He chuckles and kind of shakes his head and says, I'm sorry I didn't wake you up earlier, my friend.
And then he turns to everybody seriously, you should wake people up when that happens. It's important.
Novus looks down at the still lingering stab wound that she experienced in the forest, and she's like, I don't disagree with you. I was just preoccupied.
Okay, we wanted to go to the church, right?
Mm-hmm.
You guys still feel up for it? After all the running?
Oh, if we must.
Well, we still have
Sorry?
We still have to defend that mansion tonight, right? So let's better pace ourselves a bit.
And I nods at that and he says, yeah, you're right.
So what do we want to do? Do we want to grab... I keep forgetting his name. Ishmak?
Isn't Ismark still like drunk in the tavern?
We just left him there a few minutes ago. Should we grab Ismark, go to the sister, and get introduced, help around the house, take a short rest, and maybe go to the church? Or do you want to go to the church now?
We might as well go to the church now.
But yeah, like we could always go and look, but like not fight anything and just run away.
Okay.
Go and survey the landscape, I think, is the correct term.
All right. So you will head north, which is the crying sound is coming from the house at your back when you do that, just to orient you guys. And yep, that house. And you walk up the rough street up toward the church, which almost butts up against the very pillar stone of Ravenloft. Okay. As you make your way through the streets, you see more starved and crazed-looking stray dogs and even wolves moving in packs through the streets. Occasionally, you'll see a human, a Barovian, or child walking along the street hurriedly, darting from house to house. There are tattered banners, as I mentioned earlier. Some of them with the burgomaster's family crest, the Indorovich crest, but mostly with the von Sarovich family crest, just hung from abandoned buildings here and there. As you get up toward the church, atop a slight rise, against the roots of the pillar stone that supports Castle Ravenloft, stands a gray, sagging edifice of stone and wood. This church has obviously weathered the assaults of evil for centuries on end. It is worn and weary. There have been stones pulled from walls, and those claw marks ever present on the walls of the buildings are deep and scored through many times. A bell tower rises at the back, and flickering light shines through holes in the shingled roof. The rafters, as you can see from through holes in the walls, strain feebly against their load. A raven, a large black bird, a raven, is perched at the peak of the roof by the front door. And as you approach, it takes flight, swoops once around the church, and heads off to the west. Would you guys like to approach the front doors of the church, climb up the slopes around it to the cemetery? Something else?
Alina?
Guess we head into the front door.
Alina would head towards the cemetery. Not if the group are going to the front door, though. I don't want to split the party.
Do you guys? You guys want to do?
Kata will try to follow the flight path of the raven. Is there something to the west that is not like? Do you see anything to the west in the fog, or did it just fly off and was?
The raven, after swooping around the church and looking at you guys, takes flight and it rises up on a current of air to the west, and you lose it at first in the low-hanging mist and clouds. But since Kata, you're paying special attention, you feel a sort of a nip at your head as the clockwork crow alerts you as you spot that raven again. In fact, you're almost positive it's the same one as you saw originally when you came into town. You see it way up high, keeping watch occasionally when the mist blows past a little bit. As you guys get up toward the church, Alina, you start gesturing or start moving, I guess, kind of climbing around the church. You guys hear from inside the sound of chanting, as of a prayer.
Sound
not
like
good.
culty? Does it sound like culty or like religious? No, like there isn't. There's a very
It sounds like
thin line
one
between those two.
One man, hoarse, his throat worn out, chanting from inside the church. You can't really make out the words just yet.
One man and a horse? Oh yeah, no, I'm kidding.
Where the raven was perched, go ahead and make perception rolls.
Everyone?
What?
Everyone.
Perception. Not very good at this. Too bad. 25! Yeah.
It's not a particularly difficult check.
You make me waste my crit.
All right. So, Mavs, what's distracting you?
What's that?
Why doesn't Mavs spot this? What's distracting you, Mavs?
Probably still trying to just take in the situation of the way that the church currently looks. Because as a cleric, he's used to very pristine churches, so he's kind of trying to take it all in.
So, Mavs, you're looking over this church and you just can't stop staring at the broken walls and the claw marks and the burn marks and the destruction of it. The rest of you notice, as you get up toward the doors, that where the raven was perched is actually a symbol of a dawning sun. A relief carved into the stone wall there.
The doctor will kind of like look back to Mavs and he says, "That's Lathander, right?"
I believe so.
Isn't it
think
strange to you that they're praying to the god of the sun where there is none?
That might be why this church looks like it's been trying to be torn down.
It's a good point. Do you think... I looks to you, Mavs, and he says, as the holy man of the party, I guess, although I'm not averse to religion myself, but as the man more in tune with the gods, if we were to bring life back to this church, do you think that could help this town? Perhaps restore hope to them?
I think any, I guess, sign of the sun or any positive that we can bring to this town might help lift their spirits, maybe point them towards, Lathander instead of the pastries.
I think that's a good idea, personally.
Maybe we should knock?
Is Alina still looking like she's heading towards the graveyard?
Yeah, she's pretty hell sent on trying to. She wants to go and see who's there. If there's anyone around or outside.
Okay, so you are kind of leaving the group behind as they have paused in front of the church.
Yeah, I don't want to like stray away, but that's where she'd head. That's okay with the party.
think-
Kira would follow Alida because she wouldn't want anyone to wander off completely alone.
Yeah, I think Mavs would notice as well and be like, I think she has the right idea. We should probably case the joint a little bit before we go letting whoever's in here know, since we've kind of run into quite a few characters here.
I agree.
So leaving the road, you guys climb up the slope, circling around the church a bit. As you hike up, you see a fence of wrought iron with a rusty gate enclosing a rectangular, it's described as rectangular, but it's obviously triangular, plot of land behind the dilapidated church. Tightly packed gravestones, shrouded by fog, bear the names of souls no doubt long past from the crumbling attitude of most of the tombstones. All seems quiet here. It's a still and peaceful place. There are a few fresh graves dug here and there, but most of it seems quite old, the stones overgrown and crumbling.
Alina would. Can we get into that? Is it like, can we enter it, or is it like properly like walled or fenced off?
It's a fence of it's a significant fence. You could climb it. It's certainly climbable. Old wrought iron, rusty. There is a gate, but it appears to be, closed and locked. There's certainly an entrance through the church as well. As you guys are observing the cemetery off to the eastern side of the church, the chanting is momentarily drowned out by a distant, muffled scream. It sounds like it's coming from inside.
Inside the graveyard or inside the church?
The church. The ruined building.
Are we going
Desecrated
inside?
church. Nova's been relatively silent and cagey since they started approaching. She's been very... not that she's usually super talkative, but she's been especially, clearly unhappy. And, as she hears the one call out, she, throws her hand out and summons her echo right next to her again. And she's like, let's just go.
Go in?
Vedata will join you on that. What? Can think of the word in English.
Sorry, what's the word? We're looking for a word?
I don't know. On that. I don't know. I can't think of the word in English. Don't worry about it.
Okay. All right. You walk up the crumbling stone steps. The heavy wooden doors of the church are covered in claw marks and scarred by fire. You can hear the chanting again from inside. And as you push the doors open, Mavs will recognize this prayers to Lathander, but calling the god by his title, the Morning Lord. All right. Stand by while I pull up the church.
Matter. It was on that matter. That's the word. Oh, man.
Where is it? Church map. Go. I've got too many maps. Oh, I literally set it up right here. It's right there. I was looking in the unusual place. It's like I checked the fridge first. All right. Here we go.
Check the
Do
cupboard
you
to the
guys
ice
see
cream.
darkness at the moment? You guys are seeing darkness at the moment?
Yes.
All right. So,
That we do.
Oh, now I can see.
Alina?
We're in the
Wait,
basement.
What? You're in the basement?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can see in the basement.
That's not what I wanted at all. Oh, that's because I was testing your tokens on this map. I outsmarted myself. Oh man, I totally forgot. So Dahlia has slipped away. At this point, you guys now realize as you file into the church that Dahlia quietly followed the old woman with the cart. And that you haven't seen her since that interaction. Okay, I am being very clumsy with my people here. Did somebody just move way over there? No,
I can't see anything to move.
Yeah.
Well, you should be seeing yourselves here at the door of the church.
Oh no. We have appeared.
Okay. So
I'm still seeing black.
you guys will
Oh, maybe on
find
the lower half of the lower half of the
Right
screen.
there.
Sorry. Okay.
you guys will find that that's how I do introductions and goodbyes to characters. It's very much just get it over with. So Dahlia was very interested, albeit quiet, during the interaction with the old woman with the pastry cart. And she slipped away after her. And now you are realizing that that's what happened as you walk up to the church doors and look at your number. So, you wish to push inside?
Indeed.
The doors, the heavily scarred and damaged doors are hanging ajar. I'll go ahead and put you in there.
May I have my shadow token?
You summon your shadow. See, I haven't set it up. I gotta go.
Sorry.
I gotta go grab it. Where is it? There it is. All right, so your shadow that everyone's just got to be cool with, I guess,
He's not going anywhere.
hanging out with you.
We still have to talk about this.
So there
Giving me
is.
the shivers.
Yep, it definitely is a disturbing looking creature.
Nova's own face goes super feral every time she has to summon this creature. So Nova also looks very probably off-putting.
So you are looking down a hallway at a chapel. The chapel is in a shambles. And a somewhat rotund old man is weeping and kneeling at the damaged altar and chanting these prayers between sobs. And he wears the vestments of a priest of Lathander, the Morning Lord, as he is called exclusively in Barovia. There he is. So, the chapel, if you guys would like to move forward, you can. Just don't move through any walls, please. Hopefully you can see yourselves. Okay. The chapel is in a shambles, with overturned and broken pews littering the dusty floor. Dozens of candles mounted in candlesticks and candelabras light every dusty corner in a fervent attempt to rid the chapel of shadows. At the far end of the church sits a claw-scarred altar, behind which kneels a priest in soiled vestments. Next to him hangs a long, thick rope that stretches up into the damaged bell tower. The man's voice is hoarse and weak, as though he'd been praying all night. Mavs, you recognize the prayer, although it's a slightly altered version of it. It's the same as a prayer you would know, but he's stumbling over the words, his mouth thick and tired.
Could I try and, I'm assuming he hasn't noticed we're here, or hasn't paid attention to us?
He glances back toward you as you enter, his eyes red with tears, but he continues praying for the moment.
Would I be able to try and, I guess you could say, as he's speaking the prayers, try and match him to kind of say it with some oomph behind it to try and give him a little bit of confidence to try and, gain his trust a little bit in this situation?
Interesting. You want to join him in his prayers to try and calm him down or gain his trust. You absolutely can do that. What is your what's your bonus, and do you have training in persuasion?
Persuasion, not so much.
Mm-hmm. Do you have a bonus to it at all? Any charisma
No,
bonus?
Religion, kind of.
You have religion. All right.
Yeah, persuasion is just +1.
Okay. So as you join him in his prayers, it takes a moment, but he turns and he nods. His face is red, pasty and red, and as one prayer completes, he's been blending one into the next without stopping, but finally he pauses and he says, "Good afternoon. What brings you to..." He seems to have a trouble focusing his words. "What brings you here?"
Mavs would say, are we a little early for service?
"A bit late." He gestures at the broken windows. where you can see the light is just starting to turn orange.
Sorry, it's a bit difficult to tell time in this area. Mavs kind of looks around and he's just kind of like doing a little bit of renovation. Trying to lighten the mood a little bit.
His voice is... He tries to laugh hoarsely, but it kind of turns into sobs. He says, You must help me. You must help me pray. We must convince the Morning Lord to help. Yes, the Morning Lord, you sit. We will join in prayer, and there will be good in the world again.
Does he look hurt at all in any besides his hoarse voice?
He does not look hurt. Maybe a few bruises. He stands somewhat weakly. He says, I am Donovich. Yes, I am Donovich, the priest of Barovia village. Welcome to the Church of the Morning Lord.
Mavs will kind of, I guess, walk up to him, shake his hand. He'll say, like, I will be more than happy to join you in your prayer. But first, could you tell us what happened here?
What happened here? He looks around. What happened here? What happened? What happened in this place? He grabs you. He grabs you by the collar. Or the strap. Turtle Man! Terrible things happened here! Terror! And darkness! Pray with me for the Morning Lord to save us. It has just been 1 year since I started praying, and it will continue for another year, yes? If that's what it takes to save my boy.
Your boy?
My boy. Oh.
What happened to him?
Is your boy here? Were those the
One
screams we heard?
of the devil's Strahds beat him when he rose up against our dark king. 1 year ago, when the mad mage came and convinced them all to rise up, stand bravely. My boy, he stood bravely, and he has paid the terrible price. Terror and darkness. Terror and darkness.
He now has the blood curse? I'm sorry. Is he here? Elena will move forward and put her hand on the table.
My boy! My boy! He clutches at everyone nearest him. We must pray for my boy! And as if in response to Alina's... Was that Alina who just spoke? Alina's question. Another scream rises up as if from the very pits of hell, it comes from below you, below the floor, muffled. Father! Father, I'm starving! Father! And with that, we are going to take a short break. Folks, take 5 minutes. I will see you back here in 5. Take a breath, get some water, hit the restroom, whatever you need to do. Sound good?
Cliffhanger time.
Ooh.
Good time.
We gotta kill him. We gotta stab him.
Okay.
That's your solution for everything, isn't it?
Till...
Me? Alina? Alina? No, no, no. No, 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 no.
All right, 5 minutes, 5 minutes. Take your break.
See you in 5.
Well, Texture.
Alrighty.
Hello.
Go.
I wanted to ask Bian, does this building count as a ruin?
Record here again. All right. Okay. Welcome back. Welcome back. All right. So, you guys are talking to the priest, Donovich, who seems more than half out of his mind. He has been praying for the Morning Lord to rescue his son, who you have just heard screaming from below your feet, below the floor of the ruined chapel of this little church. Screaming, "Father, I'm starving." As that scream rises up, Donovich lets go of Mavs and Alina and drops to his knees at the altar again and begins chanting prayers, desperation in his voice and eyes. What are you guys doing?
I want to kind of like tap Mavs on the shoulder. Oh, what am I on about? I can speak telepathically to people. Duh. I'm gonna speak telepathically to Mavs quietly, not that it matters, and just say like, "Do you mind if we search the place while you try and keep him busy?"
Sorry, are you talking to me?
Yeah, sorry. He kind of like telepathically says to Mavs, "Do you mind if we search the place while you keep this man busy?"
Make that work.
Kind of nods, and he'll kind of telepathically just kind of like shoot a quick message to everyone. That says like, you can either stay here or we can search this place. It's up to what you people want to do. But I think I'm gonna have a look around to see if I can find where this screaming is coming from.
Alina will follow. It's the screaming vampire.
Mavs will try and like kneel in front of the altar and kind of pray with his head down to try and get him to replicate it, kind of. So he like, just trying to pray with his face in his hands, kind of thing. Get him to close his eyes so he doesn't pay attention to what's happening.
Okay. As you join him in prayer, Donovich, the priest, will place a hand on your shell and say, Turtle man, thank you. If ever I can help you with something, please just ask. Thank you for helping me. More prayers, perhaps the Morning Lord will hear, and then it happened a year ago. The biting. The devil Strahd's servant. The devil Strahd's man. His brides. They hurt my boy. He dared to rise up against the Dark King, and he has been punished enough. Yes. Do you think he has been punished enough? He's getting his big nose right up in your face, Mavs. Turtle
feel
Man!
I feel if your son had the bravery, that he would probably wish you be proud, not sad.
Proud. Oh, no. He was too brave. A brave boy. He should not have done it. He got riled up when that mage came through. They all went off together. Oh, my boy. Quick, we must pray. And he goes back to chanting hoarsely. Morning, Lord. Okay. So, the rest of you are looking around. Where are you going?
Trying to find the basement.
Going down.
Okay. And how are you trying to find the basement?
I guess we'll just go door to door. Vedata will kind of like walk down. I'm going to start at this door.
Okay.
This one here.
Are there doors?
When Vedata tries to open the door, I'm assuming the rope that's hanging down is to the bell.
It's hanging up, actually. Yes, into the bell tower.
Yeah. Okay. I'll ring it to kind of mask the noise of them opening doors. Just kind of say, "Oh, we must pray," and then ring it.
The bell kind of rings with a dull clank as it may be cracked up there.
This is where the bell falls down and kills Mav, like that guy in that movie.
Dust shakes down, and a cloud of bats emerges from the bell tower.
Rabies time.
Well, that appears to be... There it is. Vedanta, you push open the door and find this dirty, lightless room. So you will have to either have a light or see by the afternoon light in the... All of a sudden I'm getting some echo. See by the light coming in from the afternoon sun.
Sorry, I hit you too loud. My bad.
No worries. Dirty, lightless room. It contains a wooden bed, as you can see on the map, with a straw-filled mattress. Mounted above the bed's headboard is a wooden holy symbol with a rising sun.
To see, Vidata's gonna kind of like extend his hand out, and I'll cast Juice Flame and summon a small ball of fire in my hand to kind of like look around. I'll go over and kind of like put my hand on the bed to see, has it been used? How long has it been used? How long since it's been used, if not, etc.
It reeks of mildew. The bedding is not washed.
Mildew. Mold. Ah, okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
That
Yeah, he
smell
won't touch it then.
that cloth or clothes have when you leave them outside for a long time.
He won't touch it then, but he'll just kind of nod. Does this looks like a normal sized bed, not like a kid's bed, right?
Correct.
Okay. He'll just nod and sort of look over to Nova and says, "You picking up anything in this place? Other than, of course, your general disdain for it."
I think we just have to keep looking for a way down. I don't think there's anything else here for us.
Of course, to keep out the darkness, the chapel is so brightly lit that with candles and lamps and every single source of light the priest could find, you have no trouble seeing in this dirty, also mildewy hallway.
As he leaves the room, he's going to kind of like stop and look over at the echo for a moment. Then he'll look over back at Rin and he says, "While we're here, want to tell me what the deal is with that thing?"
Not right now. Maybe.
Answer me one question. Answer me one question if you don't mind. You didn't make a deal with the devil, did you?
No. No deals were made. Deals involve equal negotiations.
So this isn't a willing thing. Okay. That helps.
You're making assumptions. I'm not going to correct you.
I'll reach forward and open this door in front of me.
I have just hit the wrong button.
Uh-oh.
We all drop into the basement.
You all dropped into the abyss as I accidentally logged out for a second. But it's all good. All right.
Which layer? Let's go fight some demons.
Oh, confident are we? Okay, guys. What are you doing next? Sorry?
There's another door here, right? Yeah.
Yep, there are four doors
just
in
going to have
this
his little conversation.
well-lit hallway.
and
Okay.
head in.
You push inside there. This chamber, time and neglect have punched holes in the ceiling of this mold-covered room, which contains a few broken roof shingles amid puddles of smelly water. In one corner, as you can see, the southeastern corner set into the floor, is a heavy wooden trapdoor, held shut with a chain and a padlock. And a little bit louder now you hear, "Please, someone help me! Father! He's coming for me again!"
I want to check the other rooms, but Vidata will kind of like step out and close the door, and then look at Kira and Nova and just sort of nod and says, "That's the room, but there's a chain over the door. The priest is probably keeping the child locked in there for his own safety, given the fact that he's a vampire who probably hasn't eaten in over a year, from what he said."
I think I have the spell for that.
Kind of looks at you for a moment and will like narrow his eyes and says, "Listen, I know your queen's views on the undead.
I can open the door.
I know, but I know your queen's views on the undead. Let's try and take mercy with this one, please."
He makes a move, he's dead. I don't trust them, slimy creatures.
I know you don't, but this one is just a boy. He isn't willing. If anything, channel your rage towards the devil. This boy is a victim, not a creature.
My rage is still all towards him. It's just no one should be made to live as an undead.
Exactly. I want to try and cure him, if anything. Though I've never really heard of a cure.
I out of character question, DM.
Okay.
I was just looking at my item that I got. And does she know about the enhanced power thing at the bottom of the description of it?
Yes.
Okay. She said, and then okay, that's it. I also think I have something That might cure him, maybe.
Whoops.
Maybe.
That will just nod. He'll step up and I'll check what's in this room.
You're stealing it from me?
Oh, it's an accident. Can you steal it back?
No, it gives me a question.
Denied.
It gives me, like, a request. And it goes, you want to steal it from me? I just went, no way.
I was just trying to view the card. I was just trying to view the card in your hand, but of course that doesn't let me do that. I can only steal it. All right. I was trying to show the card on screen, but whatever. Continue.
Okay. I think Madame Eva wanted this man cured. I have a suspicion. And she twiddles the ring on her finger.
Well, I still don't trust her.
And we're both going into places we don't like.
Oh shit! Actually, Vedasa will kind of like look at Kata and say, "You're an inventor, right? Do you know a way to invent a cure?"
I'm not quite the alchemist I could be. And I have no tools here that could help, so I'm afraid I have no idea about the affliction. I wouldn't know where to start. And I don't think you want me to run any tests on children.
And I chuckles and he says, "Oh, I guess you already know me that well enough." So what is behind door number 3, I guess?
Go ahead and move yourself in there. As this conversation is happening, Donovich grabs your shoulder, Mavs. Turtle Man!
Yes.
Are they going to hurt my boy?
Mavs will show him like the his little like medallion of Lathander, and he's like, "We are one and the same. Do you think I would allow something like that to happen?" Mavs has no idea if they're gonna hurt him or not.
All right, make a deception check. With advantage, because he trusts you.
Oh, perfect.
Roll deception twice, get a 7 both times. You see him looking kind of horrified at you. And he says, "Please, I am the priest. I can help. I know everything about this town. Please don't hurt my boy. I am praying. I am trying. Adventurers, please." He's calling out at the rest of you now. "Please, let me help you."
I was gonna say, Mavs will say, "It sounds like your boy's been through a lot, and we want nothing more than to help the town as well. It sounds like he might know a lot more about the Dark Lord that presides over this town. Would you allow us to speak with him?"
Yes, speak with him. But don't hurt my boy. He is only guilty of standing up to the darkness and the terror and the ancient. Meanwhile, Vedanta, you have found what appears to be an office. An old desk and chair stand against the south wall, and another wooden holy symbol is mounted above them, a sunburst. There's a 10-foot-long iron rod attached to the north wall that stands bare, suggesting a tapestry once hung there. Against the far wall stands a wooden cabinet with 4 tall doors.
Are there dust lines on the wall that show that the tapestry has been removed recently? Or does it look like it's been gone for a while?
Make an investigation check.
Investigation?
Yes, and by the way, oh, Mavs, I forgot to ask you if you wanted to bargain on that roll. You know, you can do more than just add to d20 rolls too, guys. But no worries. Do you want to bargain on this, Vedanta?
No, I'll just keep it as it. Keep it as is for now.
There is an outline, very faint, of where the tapestry used to hang. So it may have been removed relatively recently.
Probably within like the past few weeks or days.
Certainly possible. Also, in this room with your investigation check, the wooden cabinet is closed up, may have something of interest in there.
I'm gonna like peek out the door and kind of like whisper for Kira to come in. He goes, "You're much better at looking for things than me.
Alright.
This room seems interesting."
Kira follows into the room.
Okay.
She goes to the cabinet, and then she will use her eye for detail. See if she's gonna notice anything. I guess she would open the cabinet and then look, and hope that opening the cabinet doesn't kill her.
Just a bit of dust kicked up, tickling your nose. Despite its large size, the cabinet contains very little. There's a tinderbox, a few wooden boxes full of candles, one of which has probably been emptied out in the chapel. And there are 2 well-used books. You check the titles. Hymns to the Dawn, a volume of chants to the Morning Lord. And The Blade of Truth, the uses of logic in the war against diabolist heresies, as fought by the Olmist Inquisition. Very long title.
Kira turns around and says, "Can you make anything of this?"
Sorry, say that again.
Kira just turns to Vedanta and asks, "Can you make anything of this? This doesn't mean anything to me."
He'll lean forward and take a look at it. Does it?
You're looking at the book?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So the second book, not the first one. The second book is The Blade of Truth, the uses of logic in the war against diabolist heresies as fought by the Olmist Inquisition. If you flip through the pages, it looks like it's a mixture of logic exercises with weird, lurid descriptions of fiend-worshipping cults.
Kind of look at it for a moment. Almost Inquisition. Kind Could I make a history check to see if I know who they are?
Sure.
History. Wouldn't it be ironic if I bargain with the dark powers while trying to figure out details about fiend worshipping?
Is that what you're doing?
No, I don't think I can. I've already done it 3 times this level.
Oh, you're out of chances?
Yeah, because it was 3 per level, right?
Well, technically you could go up to 9 then.
Oh, I see.
You have to
thought
reach
it
the
was like-
ability to go evil, and if you don't, then the mechanic is semi-broken, right?
I don't think he will. Vidata's kind of, he's got a little bit more spark in him right now. He's a bit happier, so he's not going to bargain for a while until he becomes depressed again.
Okay. The Almost Inquisition is something long ago in history, and unfortunately not particularly about vampires. They were rooting out shape-shifting fiends and cults from some of the major cities, including Waterdeep in Faerun.
He kind of looks over at you for a moment. Kira, as he's thinking, and he just shrugs and he says, "Very old. That's all I know about this. I haven't really heard their name for a long time. I think library back home had a book on them, but cults were never my thing. I was raising a child. I tend to pick up books that he would enjoy."
Kira does one last look at the cabinet. She's probably just gonna grab the flint because you never know when you might want to light a fire.
Smart.
Yeah. Kira's also gonna look at the candles. Were there any left?
Yeah, there's several boxes of candles that are full of candles.
Kira's gonna grab a few.
Okay.
Just in case we need them for future use.
All right.
Kira's gonna say, I'm not seeing anything else here, and kind of walk out of the room.
If possible, did Kira take the book or did she put it back?
Kira would leave the book. Kira doesn't care.
And you said there was 2 books, right? Yeah. What was the other one?
Yeah.
The first one was Hymns to the Dawn, Book of Chants Against the Morning Lord, which are what Donovich has returned to madly mumbling with Mavs.
Take both.
Okay, you take the books.
So Book of Dawn, Book of Hymns to Dawn, and the other one, which I'll just write down as cult book on Almost Inquisition.
Alrighty.
Well,
Yeah,
then I guess we'll find it. I guess we'll check the final room.
Alrighty, go ahead. The Kira, make sure to mark the candles in tinderbox on your character sheet and where they came from.
Mm-hmm.
The last room that you're checking out here is a bedroom, a wooden bed with a straw-filled mattress, much like the one just to the south of it, next to which rests a small table with an oil lamp burning brightly in it. The bed does not smell like mildew. It seems to have been slept in at some point relatively recently. Mounted above the bed's headboard is another wooden sun-shaped holy symbol. So there's very little in here besides just like the ends of the heel of a couple of pieces of bread and the brightly burning oil lamp.
Vedata will kind of just close the door, step out, and just kind of say, "That's the priest's bedroom. We should probably leave that be." I'll then close my eyes for a second and whisper into Mavs' mind. We know where the chamber is to find the boy. What do you think we should do with him, priest?
Mavs will feign ignorance to the voice in his head, and I'll ask him. I know you'd like us to see what we can do about your boy. Would you like to join us, or would you mind if I went and saw him?
Don't hurt my boy. He pauses in his prayers. Don't hurt my boy. He has been wounded a year ago, as I told you, and it's getting dark. Sometimes the one that's hurt him comes in the dark. The sun is setting.
Where's your son now?
He is in the Undercroft. The Undercroft. Please don't hurt him. He is hiding down there. He has not come out in a year.
How do I get down to the Undercroft?
Don't go. No, I'm afraid you will hurt my boy. It is getting dark. The one that bit him may come skulking around the house. Vedata, tell me again how your ability works. Your history ability.
I'll just post it for you. Yep.
It's when you enter. Okay. Interesting. Alright, so you can know stuff about the original people, I suppose, is the thrust of it.
Yeah.
Rather than what's happened since. That seems fair. Well, then, Vedata, you would know that the Almost Inquisition book predates these books, or at least their content, predates, hundreds and hundreds of years, almost 1,000 years. So it would predate whatever happened here. It may even predate this church. And you know that they must have come from some other library. Especially the Inquisition book.
Interesting. Imagine they're not worth a terrible load, right?
They're not really valuable monetarily, no. But perhaps to some collector of books.
Unless anybody wants to do anything, Vedata's just going to head up to the priest and try and say something.
I think
Unless
I cut off
you guys wanna do
Kata for a second there. Did I cut you off, Kata? No? Okay. Alright. You go up to the Donovich. He stands a little wobbly. His eyes red-rimmed. Please don't hurt my boy.
He's gonna kind of he grabs the glowing orb with his hand. It's always floating over his shoulder. And you sort of grab it with his hand and sort of show it to Donovich and says, do we know his name, in character?
The son's name?
Donovich. He did tell us his name, right?
He introduced himself with a mononym, one name, Donovich.
Okay, so he'll kind of look to Donovich and says, Donovich, you know how it feels to be a father who has lost his son. I too lost mine to war. I promise you now, I won't allow harm to come to your boy. I want to help him. want to cure him and restore faith to this place. I think we all do. Not a curse, not a poison like your devil. We're the antidote. At least we'll try to be.
Yes, come pray with me. Let us save my boy. His name. He takes he takes your hand. You reach out with the light, and he cups your hand, and he says, "My boy's name is Doru. Doru. But please, he can't control himself.
I understand.
Especially when the one that hurt him comes skulking around at night."
Vedata seems like really upset by this. I guess only really Maz would be able to see this, and he does frown. He says, I know how it feels, but I've learned that you can't rely on the gods for everything. Sometimes they test you in strange ways, and you have to take action yourself.
Test, yes, perhaps it is a test. Let us pray. He drops down to his knees. Oh, morning Lord, shed your light over us, please, please, please.
Perhaps that is why Mavs is here, my friend. He looks over at Mavs and he says, Mavs is a servant of the gods. Perhaps the Morning Lord has sent him to help your boy.
Mavs cracks a very forced smile.
I can help you, just don't hurt my boy. I am a priest. I have been with the town for many years. I was their priest. Yes, I am the priest of the village of Barovia, and there is nothing with I will do anything. Save my boy Doru.
Can you do me a favor then, Donovich?
Morning Lord, please shed your light over us as the night comes. Shed your light over us and keep out the dark and the terror and the darkness.
Donovich, I need you to do something for me.
I will do anything.
Kind of places his hand on Donovich's shoulder and he says, people of the town need you, Donovich. They have been harassed by a hag. The hope has been taken from them. They need you to bring it back. Understand? We will help your son, but you need to help this village. They need you. They need their priest. They're losing hope. If not, most of them have already lost it.
Anything. Morning Lord, please. Just help my boy, my son. He only dared to stand up to the Dark King. You're starting to get the impression that as night is falling, Vedata, Donovich is getting more and more out of it. More and more hysterical. He's starting to lose his voice, in fact.
I just pat him on the shoulder and he says, thank you. And he'll turn towards Alina and just give her a slight nod.
Alina will put her hands on the door, and you will hear the chain. Oh, she will hear the chains rattle at the back as she casts Shatter.
Okay. So you
are just going to blow the fucking door up?
You are over here.
No, I'm trying to break the.
What
do you mean? I'm trying to break the door down. I'm not doing it aggressively. She's trying to break the chains, not the door.
Right, you're in this room on the trapdoor?
Yeah.
Okay. So there's the sound of shatter is normally around a loud ringing sound. But here in Barovia, it seems to sound different. It sounds like a death scream. Painfully intense. That erupts and fills that corner of the room. Alina, and go ahead and roll the thunder damage.
It says 15 at the bottom.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
Alright. the chains over the trapdoor break open. And you hear from below, "Father, what is happening? Father, I can hear him coming! Father! He's coming for me!"
Wishing I had my other character. Why does Friends have to end with being hostile at the end? Oh no. Alina will turn to Vedetta and go, "You're probably the most calming influence here, ironically. You first?"
He kind of chuckles. Vedetta like openly chuckles at that, and he says, "A man like me filled with so much rage, and yet I'm the calming one."
I just opened the door. I don't.
Very well. Well, he'll stop and look over to Nova, and he says, "Did you leave that up here?"
Nova waves it away. A little bit. I'm gonna drag it over here, but it's gone.
I want to help the boy, not terrify him. He's scared of a devil already. We don't need to.
Kata will make an exasperated noise as the death scream comes from that room and sprint over. See that you guys are standing around the door with the chains broken. He'll take a position next to the door. We could have done this easier, I guess, and then just wait there for whatever you guys are doing. Like, he's basically standing there like, okay, nothing comes out of this door.
The daughter will start climbing past unless anyone wants to stop him.
No, Alina will actually look at Kata and go, "I have a flair for the dramatic. What can I say?"
You're exerting yourselves. I could have done this with my hands.
Well, the trapdoor and the chain are lying in absolute tatters. So you can walk through easily if you so wish.
You know, if you just open the lock, you can close it afterwards. Now we have to, if we have to bar this door, we're in problems.
I'm gonna come out with him
Dramatic.
fixed or dead, so it's okay. Let me have my fun.
Oh, as we're heading in, I'm gonna look to Alina and say, "I have a plan. I'm not going to like it, but no, I'm not gonna let him bite me. I don't think this boy is eaten in over a year. My thought is, perhaps we can get him to help us by incentivizing him."
Queen's not gonna like that.
No, but he shrugs and he says, "Well, I have too much blood anyway, so."
I don't think that's such a thing, Brand. She kind of swallows the pride. Bloodletting, not biting. She
Yes,
shudders at the thought of that.
That's what I meant. And he'll sort of he'll sort of like grab the orb. Or he'll grab his son's like little orb thing. He'll just like slowly place it into his bag and then like lock it closed with the latch and says, "He doesn't need to see this." And he'll take his bag off and put it down on the floor. Leaving him with just his clothes, and I believe I've got a dagger, right? Yeah, I'll have it.
Kata
Sorry?
looks at him. Do you want me to keep that safe?
Leave it up here. I don't want him getting out and getting hurt.
Good.
Wait, do you have a bag of holding?
Not anymore.
Ah, fuck.
I have a backpack.
Damn it. No, I'll just leave it where it is. Vedata will just kind of brush his hands. It also means I don't have a spellcasting focus so can't really cast spells with her here. And I will climb on the hatch.
Okay. So, Mavs, you're staying behind, is that right?
I think if he's starting to get unhinged, I probably would stay back.
Okay. Yeah, the guy's getting more and more unhinged. It's quite unpleasant in a way to listen to him. But he's messing up the prayers, and that doesn't offend you, but necessarily. But he's saying like weird words. He's starting to substitute like strange phrases in place of some of the chants. You can hardly make it out because he's mumbling so much, and yet it still chills you a bit. And you're starting to wonder if he's giving up on the Morning Lord, and he's starting to pray to this other figure that he starts mentioning, Mother Night.
Mavs will keep trying to like set the prayers like back to the correct incantation, so he's not like he's trying to calm him down the best he can. Mavs isn't very good at this because he's kind of usually the guy in the back, so he's doing his best.
Got it. Well, that's interesting. Let's check back in with you later, as you're going to have to make a religion check on that. Okay, so there's this horrible smell, Vidata, as you push past the broken open trapdoor and down the stairs toward the undercroft, or basement, of the church. It smells like rotting food. There's no light at all down in the basement. How are you going to see?
I've still got my produce flame up.
Your flame. Okay, your flames shed light.
I don't need a focus to cast this, so
So let's look at things from his perspective. Here we go. So I'm looking at what Vidata can see right now. All right. So
Hey.
Vidata, you step to the top of these narrow stairs, and there are piles. You guys see Vidata, the top of Vidata's head as he descends, and there are piles of food lying around. At the bottom of the steps is a chicken, a whole roast chicken, or perhaps it was once roasted, but now it's rotten. And man, if you've ever had rotten chicken near you in your trash can, you know how bad that smells.
Oh yeah.
There's other less identifiable piles of meat and other cooked foodstuffs. There's a little table. There's a chest in one corner. The church's undercroft here has rough-hewn walls, and the floor is of damp clay and earth. So it smells damp, in addition to all of the rotten smell. The rotten wooden pillars, which is what these all are, strain. You can see them bending under the weight of the wooden ceiling, the floor of the church above. Candlelight from the chapel just above slips through the cracks barely. But your produced flame illuminates it just enough that you can barely glimpse a gaunt shape in the far corner.
As this is all happening, Vidata will kind of close his hand, extinguish the flame, and then take the torch that Kata passed him, giving Kata a silent thank you. As he appears down this room, he will take a few steps. He says, What was the son's name again? Doru, right?
That's what Donovich said.
He kind of looks around and he says, Doru, I'm not the devil. I'm here to help. Where are you?
Make a perception roll.
Okay.
Oh, I shouldn't have rolled that there.
Perception. I really need to pick up proficiency in perception. Well, never mind.
That was 3 nat 20s this session. What?
Shame.
Oh, you got a nat 20.
Shame I never rolled them when it counts.
Well, you spot him as he tries to hide, leaping from corner to corner and in the shadows. And as he sees you noticing him, he's holding his hands up to his head. And as he sees you noticing him, he screams. Ah!
You're cutting out when you do that.
Ah! Puts out.
Is that better? No, it's still cut out? Too loud? Has it not cut out before when I muffled it?
It always does. I think you must have a condenser mic.
Well, probably. Wow, so you've never heard what I've been screaming?
Nope.
Like vague pieces of it.
Exactly, the bits and pieces, like father is starving and...
Alright, he
He
screams.
adds to it, to be fair.
He screams and runs. He's trying to hide from you. Hissing and screaming, but you spot him easily. And he looks like that.
Data will, with his free hand, kind of draw his dagger out and kind of put it to his palm. He looks over and he says, I'm here to feed you. Hoping that gets a response as he takes another step.
I can smell your blood.
I'm here to help, child. Know what it's like to go hungry.
Folks upstairs, he has now moved away down the stairs. Are any of you following him?
Alina would have been right down with him. She feels bad at sending him in first, but it had to be done.
Nova will follow. Nova can actually, like, she can't see in the dark, but she can see around her in the dark, so it's fine.
Well, Vadada is carrying a torch right now.
Ah. Well then, yeah, Nova would have gone down.
I will look at, exchange glances with Kira.
Yeah. Kira will
Probably.
decide to also stay up.
I think we should go down there too.
Mm.
It'll get messy anyways.
Kira says, okay then, and starts heading down.
And you notice that Kata has stopped using that girl's voice he's been using a lot lately. You don't recognize the voice, but there's like more baritone and seems to be, you have the imagination of a guy with a beard at some point.
Interesting.
We're both heading down, I guess.
Yeah.
By the way, everybody who you've all been doing such great role playing. Before I forget, everyone refreshes their inspiration. Well done.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Guess I'll move like a little bit away from the
As
party.
more of you are coming down here, he's hissing and I'm sorry. He's hissing and sucking, and he tries to hide again in the shadows. No, no, no! I can smell your blood.
I'm gonna kind of like hold my hand out to the party to just kind of like tell them to, stay as far back as you can. Then he's gonna look and he says, Doru, we're here to help you. Want to cure you. We're here to cure this land. You want to be saved.
He screams, Father, I'm starving! Sorry, Kata and Kira, are you guys going down the steps?
Yes, and I can see down there now.
Okay.
I can't.
You can't go down or you can't see?
I mean, I can't go down.
Do you want me to move you down there?
Yes.
Okay.
That thing west of the stairs, is that like a fence, or like, can you move? Could I move like this, or would I have to go around?
I mean, you could jump down the stairs. You could vault the banister if you wanted.
Good.
All right. You guys are going to need to roll a new perception as he tries to stealth away from you again in the shadows. It's not going to be very easy with all of the light and people down here. But he'll try.
No, I can't see shit.
So I got a
Me either.
14.
What? Will I need to? Because I got that 20 before.
Well, that's how you spotted him initially.
Oh, man.
Ata, our only hope. Oh wait, Kira.
Kira sees fine, apparently.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, our only hope.
Yeah, Kira also pulls out her lantern that contains a green candle just for, like, visibility, since she doesn't want to have to count on Vidata's torch.
All right. Burning away some of the horrible stink. At the
Could make him glow by hitting him with guiding bolt if you guys want. I'm kidding.
At the sound of the new scream, Donovich grabs Mavs again. Are they hurting him? Are they hurting my boy? We should go down and check on them. And he stands up. Mavs, do you want to roll a religion check?
Yeah. I was gonna ask. When you mentioned it before, I was actually gonna use my other inspiration on that. So
Do you
I don't
want
know
to
if
use
that's fine.
Do you want to use your corruption on this?
I don't think so. I think I'll just use
Well, let's see
the
what you
inspiration
roll.
on it.
You can decide after you roll.
Okay. Yeah, definite inspiration on that one.
All right. I guess your inspiration you have to decide before. The corruption you can decide after.
Oh yeah, I was gonna
That's
use inspiration
complicated.
for sure on this roll.
Okay, yeah. So I guess roll again because it didn't automatically roll with advantage, which is a setting that I think you can change. Okay, he pauses, but he looks at the echo standing in the hallway, and he looks very afraid to approach the bestial, shadowy figure of Nova.
Yeah, Mabs will say, I have very trustworthy and honorable friends. You have no need to worry. He's doing fine. You can hear him screaming. I'm sure he sounded like that for the past year. Nothing sounds like it's changed, right?
Vampires. Oh, Turtle Man. What am I going to do? He goes back to praying with you. So he won't interfere for the moment. But he does mutter, he may come, it's coming.
I would say, what's coming? Can you explain what exactly is coming that you're speaking of?
The one that hurt my boy. You guys are stalking Doru down in the basement. Past the rotten plates of food.
And Vedata will kind of like look to Kira and just kind of say, you know, be careful. A single bite from him could kill you. Or worse.
Kira pauses to sort of make sure she has him in her sights, but isn't moving any closer to sort of let anyone else who wants to approach.
At that
Vedata will attempt again. Oh, sorry.
At that same moment, as Vedanta is saying that, the sun is dropping below the horizon outside. And Donovich, the priest, screams out with Mavs. Escher! Escher is coming! He's coming to hurt my boy again! Go away! Mother Night, protect us! Morning Lord, stop him! And Doru hisses down below. I could smell it. He's kind of circling around you guys, trying to stay the furthest point down in the basement. Is anyone looking at Alina?
Oh no. She just doesn't want to be here at the moment. She is going to back away to the stairs. Stand next to the chicken. She looks terrified. Her bolded confidence earlier is just being completely stripped from her.
Okay.
Almost like you're looking at a different person.
Does she have a sudden reaction?
Yeah, she does. She also takes the ring off on her finger.
Okay.
Question. The meat on the floor here, how old does it look?
Pretty old.
Like, is it? I'm guessing it's like browned, basically. It's rotten.
Yeah. It's brown, it's rotten. It looks like it was, carved up from some big animal like a horse.
Okay, I've got an idea. I'm going to turn my head to Nova and telepathically tell her to come behind me and get ready to grab Oru. And I want you to gag him. He'll say.
Nova will... She has rope. Rope can be used as a gag. Yeah, she'll come. I mean, she's not very stealthy. She'll just come up behind these two
and he will say the same telepathically to Kira and just inform her of what's going on. And then he'll kind of look and he'll just say to everyone, trust me. As he will take a step forward and
Stay
drag.
back! I can smell you!
He will drag the dagger's blade across his palm, hold his bleeding hand out towards Doru.
Doru's eyes are darting from... He doesn't seem to want to approach a group of you. But he's almost drawn inexorably forward. Starving.
Vidar pretty unshakable in his appearance and the way he is, but you can see he's slightly quivering right now.
Okay.
Terrified of vampires.
Okay. Well, none of you are going to have the chance to react as Doru finally snaps and lunges forward with the speed of a striking snake down at your bleeding hand. And you are allowing him to bite you?
Yep. Pretty much.
He bites down on your hand. The pain explodes through your body as he sucks. His very color changing as the liquid flows into his dead veins. So you are going to take 7 piercing damage plus 7 necrotic.
I have to make.
In addition, as you are drained, your maximum hit point total is reduced by 7.
So how much damage is that, sorry?
It's 7 piercing and 7 necrotic, 14 total.
And
Plus-
7 max hit points, right?
And yes, and the necrotic damage also reduces your maximum hit points.
And then I assume Nova and Kira jump to action and try and grab him.
Just a quick out of question. Does planking help me with whatever I'm trying to do to this guy in terms of returning him?
I can give you the rules written answer, which is yes.
Sure. I mean, you'll get advantage on the initial attack.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, Nova's just gonna run around him from behind since he's got his fangs buried in Dot's hand and try to grapple him or tie him up or something.
Okay. So you'll get advantage on this attack action to make a special melee attack.
Okay. So just make a melee attack on him?
Yep.
Okay.
With advantage for flanking.
Oh, with advantage. Oh well. That's a crit.
Oh!
Well, it's not doing damage, so you will seize him, drag him, and try to drag him back. So now he is grappled. And then you can try to move and drag him with you.
His mouth is still free to do shit, right?
If he stops biting Vedata's hand.
Yeah, I don't think. I think she'll just keep him where he is because if Kira can shove something in his mouth while detaching him from Vedata rather than risking getting bitten herself.
Yeah, Vedata's shooting a look towards Kira, please gag him.
So he's kicking and trying to, struggling with you. But if you guys aren't dragging him away, then he'll try to. Vedata, you are now grappled by him.
Yeah.
When he bit you, so he'll continue trying to suck out your blood. You can try to escape his grapple if you wish.
What do I have in my inventory? Let me look. Sorry. I've got a rope. I guess. Is it a free action to use corruption? Oh, this is. What am I doing?
Maybe Kira should
Yes.
try to first run around. She also has a rope and sort of
Please.
try to sort of pull him away while trying to shove the rope around him into his mouth to sort of,
Okay.
you know.
So, so in order to tie a rope on him, I'm going to rule that you need to make a grapple check on an already grappled creature. So he is grappled. Nova's grappling him, and so you can try to make a special melee attack to try and wrap the rope around him.
You got this.
Let's step 1. Figure out how to make a melee attack.
Okay.
Would I just choose one of my weapons that are...
Yeah, just go ahead and do that. I don't think you have any magical bonuses for your weapons anyway, so...
No.
It doesn't make a difference. Okay, unfortunately, you didn't get a natural 20.
No.
So you will not hit. So you do not manage to grab hold of him as he's struggling and screaming and biting. Vidata, you chose to not try to escape his grapple. Is that correct?
I mean, I'm gonna try and stop him from biting me again, I guess.
All right, make a grapple. Yeah, go ahead and grapple him. So melee attack for you.
Yeah. So about that. Well, this is gonna be bad.
Just roll a d20 and add your strength and.
Yeah, I've got an armed attack ready set up.
Okay, 15. You barely managed to shove his forehead back and his fangs detach from your hand. Barely manage it.
Could I kind of stuff a knot of rope in his mouth?
Not with the same attack. But now he turns, and now he's trying to fight and escape. So he is screaming, and blood spatters the ground as his fangs detach in this arterial spray from Vidata's hand. Everyone roll initiative.
Lena's not going to be much help this combat.
Oh wait, no, that wasn't supposed to be on advantage. That is just a... Oh, well, that was the first roll anyway, so 18.
I think I got this. I think I can...
And that includes Mavs, because Mavs, Donovich keeps trying to get up and leave as the sound of this happens. And as he mutters, terror and darkness, terror and darkness. So if you want to keep him there, you will have your hands full, that's for sure. Kira, you react the quickest to this arterial spray as Vidata pulls his hand away. What do you want to do?
Oh, wish I wasn't going first. Okay. Kira will... So at this point, he's kind of trying to attack all of us and or escape.
Yeah, he turns and says, No! And he's shoving and pushing and biting and clawing.
But you're still grappled by Nova, right?
He is grappled by Nova at the moment, yeah.
Kira doesn't want to get bit. She's gonna take a couple of steps back. And then she's going to try to, non-lethally shoot to sort of, pin his clothes to the ground and sort of keep that grapple going.
Okay.
Without trying to damage.
Got it. Very nice.
Okay. So I did try to add the light crossbow with the +1 attack to my attacks based on my best guess.
All right.
So if the roll looks weird, let me know and I'll just go with whatever other weapon I've got going.
Looks normal.
Okay.
I think it's missing a +1.
Yeah, it's missing a +1. It should be 21.
If you search if you press on the the information icon next to the chat, like the little eye, and you search for a light crossbow. There should be a light crossbow +1, and you can drag that to your sheet, and it will have the correct numbers.
Okay. I just have been basically manually adding things in.
Right, we're talking about the compendium, which is in the top right, the little letter I.
Yeah, the third tab next to the chat,
Mm-hmm.
up there.
So when you go in and edit your sheet later, you can actually add a +1 crossbow right into your sheet. Or maybe it won't work in this version of the sheet, actually. But
It
you
still
can
works.
just add
It does work. It also adds it automatically to the offense option.
That's nice. So
What I haven't gotten to work is the roll 2 dice and actually show both of them on this, like Vedata does.
okay, it should be a setting. Always roll with advantage.
Post. I'll
Okay.
post how you can do that.
Yes.
I'll post a
Okay.
screenshot of how you can do that, Kata.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw the screenshot Data posted, and I will update that after this game. That
Awesome.
looks so much easier than what I can do.
Oh, good. All right. Please let us know if you need any other assistance. Nova. Your
Oh,
turn.
so this asshole has his mouth free right now, right?
Uh-huh.
I mean,
Hira
Nova's
backed
just-
off and shot him from a distance. Oh, and did 7 points of damage. Yes, the arrow lodges, kind of damaging his ability to defend himself.
I mean, she's going to try and like she's already, she's wrapped him like his torso up in a rope currently, and she's just going to try and like loop it around again over his mouth and like just yank it tight so that she can, really get that, like, so he can't bite down, because that's the big worry point is that he is a vampire. That's bad.
All right, make a grapple check. That would be another melee attack, as you're already grappling him.
Is it normal, or am I still at advantage?
No advantage.
No advantage.
Oh, wait. Oh, right. Vedata is... Vedata, are you armed with any kind of melee weapon?
I've got a dagger.
Okay, that's in your hand. Are you
Yeah.
menacing him with the dagger?
Guess. Oh, I mean, I'm armed with these guns. I guess I'm trying to grapple him with my hands, but not the dagger. I don't want to try and stab him.
Okay, then yes, you do get advantage.
Okay. That's an 18.
Well, I guess you have to roll twice.
Oh, this one, I have it ticked on for advantage, so it just takes the highest of the
Oh,
two
really?
rolls
Oh, okay.
automatically. Yeah.
Got it. It just doesn't show both rolls.
Yeah, it will if you kind of hover over it.
All
It'll
right.
show both.
Well, you will actually succeed in wrapping a loop of the 50-foot rope around his mouth, and he's just biting. He's biting down on it. He actually has a powerful enough bite that he could pierce the rope, but right now it's blocking him.
Oh, that's that's a big problem. Bonus-y action. Nova is going to call her shadow out because it is clear that this guy's already freaking, so she needs all the help she can get. So yes, her feral shadow shows up and
Okay. The screaming lad doesn't pay attention to that. He wants to get out of your guys' grasp. Kata, your turn.
Kata will dash into melee. Oh my god, I'm so bad at this. No?
Sorry, is he jumping down the stairs? Or is he running down the stairs?
He's running. I'm just trying to not run into the pillars.
Okay. Nice.
This is where he'll end up.
Okay.
When he reaches that point, he'll yell at the shadow next to him, block the door, and then try to basically get between, as good as he can, between the Doro and Vedata.
Okay, so you kind of extend a hand as if to prevent him from biting Vedata. Although Vedata's
basically like Kata has his shield on the right arm, and the left hand is the way he attacks. So he's basically like trying to elbow in there, so that he motioning for Vedata to take a step back, so he can like block.
Got it. Alina, what do you want to do?
Alina is currently in the corner, and she doesn't want this to happen. She's gonna like wipe her eyes as she turns around and casts a bolt of energy at Doru, and she will cast Hold Person as she kind of screams, "Stop! Stop! I don't want this to happen, please! Please."
Okay. So she casts Hold Person on Doru.
Yeah, she'll actually move up to be able to do that.
Right. Okay. The powerful magic reaches out. And it has no effect.
Oh no.
He is not a humanoid anymore.
Oh. I'm sad. Okay,
no longer a humanoid. And he screams and laughs madly and struggles to pull away.
Can Alina scream for Mavs? She wants to.
Okay. Mavs, you hear Alina screaming for you.
She'll be like, "Mavs, please, he's coming back, he's coming back." As she's like, she'll move here and stand at the bottom of the stairs.
Okay.
Mavs will. Does it look like it's possible to tell him to wait here calmly?
Donovich looked like he might be going out of his mind.
I think Mavs would prioritize the squad, so he's gonna.
It's not your turn.
I would.
But,
okay, gotcha.
But if you wanted to say something as a free action, that would be okay. Vedata, it's your turn.
Oh.
So is Doru grappled still? He's like grappled and he has a gag on, right?
He is grappled and he has been gagged for the moment, yes. Nova has wrapped him up in a rope.
We need to knock him out.
His mouth.
I should have used. Actually, no, sleep would have been a bad idea. Never mind.
Yeah, it would have been.
Depends on if he has less hit points than the rest of us, as we have learned.
I'm pretty weak right now. Sorry, I'm thinking. Shit, I don't. I mean, he looks pretty spindly, right? Like thin and gaunt, you said.
Oh, yes. A bit of color came into his cheeks after sucking your blood. Should we come back to you?
Sorry, I'm just trying to. I've got like 3 options, but I don't want to hurt him. But I think I have to, don't I? Okay. How tight is the gag?
Not very. I mean, she's wrapped the rope around his mouth and head.
if I wanted to put something into his mouth, could I?
That's currently impossible.
Oh, okay. This is like the cruelest thing I've ever done. Could I put something up his nose?
Are you trying to knock him out, like cover his nose?
He would have to be basically helpless for you to do that. And he's not.
Oh, okay. I want to knock him down then.
Okay.
I want to try and like push him to the ground, maybe, or like maybe just like take a step back and fucking tackle him. I'm not sure exactly how I would do this without magic, but
Okay, it would be 2 steps. So you'd first have to grapple him, because you're not currently grappling him.
oh no, I'm not. Am I? Okay, I know what I'll do then. I will take a step back. Can he even hit me with the opportunity attack?
That's a
think
good
he can, right?
question.
He can rules as written normally, but I don't know how you're.
Yes, he can. He'll you leave yourself undefended as you try to get out of there, and he will reach out and try to rake you with his fingernails, which are long, like claws. And he will get a 20 to hit you, which is a hit, and do 11 slashing damage as he rakes down your arm. More of the scent of Vedata's blood fills the air. Don't tell your HP
so he's
to
get-
people, please, during combat.
Oh, sorry. Kind of steps back, taking that slash, grunting with pain. And I'm going to attempt to try and make things easier for the party. So I will kind of begin swirling an orb of light in my. It comes from my tattoos because it's a class feature, actually. Sorry, it comes from my tattoos. One of the orbs of light seemed to like jump from his arm, making one of the tattoos disappear, and then begins spinning and just flies towards him. And I will cast Guiding Bolt.
Okay. That will hit. Kablam. So as the radiant damage blasts his body, he screams. He does not like that at all. Screaming and struggling and twisting with incredible strength for all of his gaunt frame. Okay, anything else, Vedata?
Vidar like coughs up a lung of blood and takes a few steps back.
All right.
But he will end his turn here.
Got it. Donovich?
I do
Yeah?
have one question before Donovich goes. That crit that Nova hit, it wasn't for damage, but can she still use her sword's features? Or does she have to deal damage as well as a crit?
Well, it wasn't to do damage.
Oh, well, yeah, I just wanted to double check. Like, she has to deal damage with the crit in order to use the feature, right? Or does she just have to crit?
Oh, right. Okay, yeah, you got a crit on a grapple check, right?
Yes.
Yeah. No, that does not count for the purpose of this sword. But good question.
Okay.
Good question. No, it needs to see some blood. Donovich. The priest stops his prayer and starts up at the screaming down below. They're hurting my boy, he says. You are not friends. No, they can hear them hurting my boy. And Mavs, he's gonna leap over around the altar, and he's gonna start running down the hallway. At the same time, Mavs, fingers of mist work their way in through the windows, dimming the candles in the chapel. Almost like tongues lapping up the scent of blood. from below. So, stumbling slightly, the priest runs down the hallway and opens the door. He says, "They're hurting my boy! No! Leave him alone! What if Escher is coming? The mist is here already." Mavs, it's your turn.
Okay, Mavs is going to yell as loud as he can that he's going to basically say, after hearing Elena scream, he's going to say, "What's going on down there? You guys have incoming one priest." And he's going to move towards the priest to try and catch up with him.
Okay.
And trying to think of what the best option here would be. So Alina said that they were coming back. Trying to think how Mavs would interpret that.
I am assuming that you guys closed the doors of each of the rooms, but did you leave any of the doors open of the rooms?
I think we closed the main. I don't think we closed the main one. I don't know.
The main door of the church?
Oh no, I think we closed that one. Yeah. I thought you meant like the main room down to the basement. I think we.
Yeah, I think that's the only door that's open.
Oh, open, yeah.
I think we closed.
Oh,
all
you
the other
left.
ones.
You left that one open.
The one to the basement. I think it is. I don't think.
Oh, you mean the
Yeah,
trapdoor?
I think-
You left the trapdoor open.
No, the
I mean, I'm
trapdoor is
speaking
no
of the
longer
room
there.
door. The room door.
No, the
That
trapdoor
should be
is there.
closed.
Trapdoor
You
is
broke the trapdoor.
The
No, I broke
trapdoor.
the chains around it.
The
You
trapdoor
broke
is
the
the
trapdoor as
trapdoor
well.
is gone. The trapdoor is pulverized. I'm asking about the
Oh,
room
right.
doors of the bedrooms in the office and the room that held the trapdoor. Are those doors open or closed, guys?
Closed.
Okay. Just confirming. All right. So, Mavs, you run up to Donovich, who just opened the door, and what are you doing?
Would I be able to stop him before he opens the door and try to kind of talk sense into him by holding the door, like kind
could-
of like?
You could reach past
He's
him
already
and,
open.
and you could reach past him and close it again.
Yeah, which I would try. I'll try to close it for him because
He's
it
gonna-
sounds like they're having.
He's gonna fight you on that, so you would have to make a strength check against him.
Yep.
No, they're hurting my boy! Doru, I'm coming! You are much stronger than the priest, and you shove him back as you slam the door shut. Anything else?
No, I'll just say to him, it's it's fine, it's fine, everything's fine, it's fine, we're doing fine.
No, it's
And I'll
not
just say-
fine. The mist is here. Okay. But he's not like fighting you, Mavs, you know? He's not like attacking you or anything. He's just trying to run down. Okay. If that's the end of Mav's turn, then now Doru is going to go. So he is... He is first going to try to escape the grapple. Which I have to find again how he does that.
I think it's opposed athletics or acrobatics to my athletics check.
Yes. So you go ahead and make your athletics check, your strength athletics check. You're both strong. But he proves stronger. Oh, I did it hidden by accident. He gets a 17.
Ooh.
So Nova, he shoves you off of him, and his screaming is muffled now by the rope still in his mouth. Do you want to let go of the rope? Well, I guess you more or less have had to at this point.
Can I actually, I don't know if it's like, since this is kind of happening simultaneously, but can Nova bargain with the Dark Powers to kind of snap him back?
Yes. Actually, it's a good thing I did mine hidden. But I told you anyway. Yes, you can bargain with the Dark Powers.
Okay.
So go ahead and draw a corruption token.
That's a 6.
So you can just pull it right out of the deck of them. Okay. The Dark Powers come through for you, Nova. As
That's a black heart.
the 6 brings you up to 21. So you almost lose your grip on the writhing, screaming young man. But no. Your grip catches again. And you force him down, pinning his arm and holding him fast with the rope still in his mouth. Well done. That actually took his entire standard action. He will try to get away. So he'll keep losing my place here. I believe it's legal for him, so he's gonna kind of like during the struggle, Nova, he's gonna just kind of move around you. So he can't move away from you, I believe is how this works.
His speed is 0. So he
his speed is 0?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, speed becomes 0. There it is. Okay, never mind. No, he's stuck. You've got him. The Dark Powers came through for you.
Yeah, Nova and her Echo are just like gnarling.
Absolutely. All right, Kira, what do you want to do?
Kira kind of is like, are we still just trying to knock him out to the team?
He's proving very tough. He's taken 2 big hits.
Right.
His body is actually dead anyway. After all.
Can we still knock him out even if he's dead? That's just like, if we hit him enough on the head, is it possible to incapacitate?
I guess you're gonna have to find out.
Oh. Kira doesn't like this because she doesn't want to hurt him, but her best options during fighting is usually to shoot things, which isn't really great for incapacity.
It's worked before.
It's worked before. All right. Okay. I have insightful fighting, which can. Well, let me just hit that in the post. Because I think I can, if I do the right thing, I can basically get advantage, which my understanding is I roll the dice twice.
Yep.
And my sneak attack does. Sorry. I will memorize these at one point.
Great.
But my sneak attack does this thing. So, oops, sorry, I didn't actually mean to hit that. I meant to just get the description. So I will instead. Okay, so I can,
Can you
make
make
an
a
insight
Can
check.
you make an
So
insight
that-
check, please?
Yes, wisdom, right?
Mm-hmm. All right,
the wrong
absolutely
one.
works.
Okay.
So you can use a sneak attack on him right now.
Okay. So I can deal extra damage.
Yeah.
I mean, that 6 was good, so I would just keep that 6.
Well, if I'm allowed to, that'd be great. But
Sure.
since I wasn't actually, all right. And then obviously I am shooting to incapacitate and not to kill.
Mm-hmm.
And I will then also get to actually shoot my crossbow.
Okay, let's see it.
Crossbow
And at the
does
plus
1
1,
more.
so 19.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, that is a hit. As that strikes him, so that's a total of 13 points of damage with the sneak attack. So as that strikes him, the boy slumps over. He's still conscious, but he's not fighting. And he just says,
You're cutting out again.
really? That cut out? What a sensitive microphone you are. Please, 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 please. It's cutting out?
It's just the frequency, I guess.
Oh, I see. It just
It's like
doesn't
a-
like my
a little
high-pitched
and then
my
stop.
high-pitched vampire screams. He's saying please, 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 but his mouth is full of rope. How's that sound?
That came through.
Yeah, I can throw.
Okay. Okay, so he slumps over, guys. He slumps over. He's not fighting anymore. He says, "Whatever. What do you want? I'm so hungry."
Nova just looks at Madonna because she's doing her thing. This is like anything else is out of her hands. She's gonna hold this dude.
Like trying his best to catch his breath. You can see he's like, he was pretty hurt by that. And he's like trying to bandage up his hand. He looks at Dora and he says, "I want to cure you, boy. I want to help you. We're here to help everyone."
He's weeping tears of your blood.
He kind of. Vidar seems to take a moment to just sort of like wipe his hand clean, and he'll push himself to his feet again, and he says, "Father wants us to help you as well."
At that moment, Donovich is trying to break down the door to get through again, Mavs. Let me see my son. Let me see my son. Doru, I'm coming. I'm coming, boy.
Vedata will shout and to Mavs and say, "Let him come, but come as well."
Mavs?
You want to let him come down there?
Mm-hmm.
Hearing that, I'll let him through.
And he's told you to come as well, so I assume you're coming as well.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Donovich, the priest, comes running down the stairs along with Mavs. And he sees that you guys have Doru all tied up, and he lets out a little cry. Let my boy alone, please! Please! He has done nothing! Nothing!
Sort of raise my hand towards, not my bloody hand, I'll hide that from the priest, but I'll raise my hand towards the priest and I say, "I'm not gonna hurt your boy. But he's maddened by his thirst. If we restrain him, we can take him to somewhere we can help him. Okay?"
The ancient may come for him, or the one that serves him. Please, he's trying to get through to Doru. Yeah,
I attempt
where
to
Nova
stop
has
him.
You're gonna stop him?
Yeah, if possible. I'll just kind of like put my And I might put my hand out and be like, priest, just trust me. I can help your boy. I won't let anything happen to him. Protect him as if you're my own. I need you to stay away from him right now. He's filled with hunger. Devil has infected his mind. He doesn't see you as a father. He sees you as food. Not understand?
What are you going to do with him? What are you going to do with my boy Doru?
He kind of looks and says, I'm going to cure him. I'm going to bring your son back to what he used to be.
Only
Or I will die trying.
Only the Morning Lords can do this.
Kind of grits his teeth a little. He says, "Oh, not only the Morning Lord. We the people can do anything."
How? What? My boy, you have him in a rope. Please
And then
let
he'll
him
kind of
go.
like,
Please
he'll kind
let
of like
him
turn
go. He's begging you, Nova. The priest falls to his knees. Please. You're hurting him.
He's fine.
I'll show the priest my hand at this point. I'll kind of show him the bite marks. I say, look what your son did. This is for his safety as well as ours.
It was not him that did it, really. Not really. Not really. It was the one that hurt him that did it.
I know. Trying to stop that from happening. You just have to trust us.
My boy, let him go. He can stay down here. Take whatever you want. Just leave him alone. He has not eaten. He is not drunk. I even give him potions. Nothing helps. Please,
A boy needs
please.
blood, is what he needs.
He needs prayer. Prayer. I have prayed for a year. Please let me continue. Let my boy stay down here.
Nova's going to look at Vedanta and she's like, do you actually have any hope of curing him?
Vidar looks pretty stalwart on the fact that he wants to try. To the party, it would probably look like... I guess to you guys, it would look like... It would almost look like Vedanta knows what he wants to do, like he has a plan. Like, actually, in Vedarta's head, he has no idea. He just needs to help this boy.
Alina will, like, shuffle across. She's currently slumped across the pillar, and she will hold her hand out with the ring in. Please put that, maybe? Madam Ava, and she just can't get words properly out as she hands you the ring. Touch him with it,
Oh.
maybe, please.
Oh.
Alina will walk past and do it herself.
No, who are you handing the ring to?
Oh, you. Sorry, I thought you said no. I thought you said yes.
Oh.
She's looking at you as she says that.
He'll take the ring. He's like, like I said, he's grayed in the flesh slightly, and he will like stagger slightly as he looks to you, and he just tells you to like keep one of it where he is. He'll take the ring and take a few.
Kata stops him and holds out the hand. Give me that. You're in no condition.
yeah. You see, Vedanta will like hand Kata the ring and just sort of slumps against the pillar again, catching his breath.
Take a few steps back, man.
As that is happening, Nova, can you make a strength athletics check for me, please?
She is I don't even think rolling with the dark powers would help me.
You do have inspiration. I guess you could have.
It's too late now.
It's too late for the inspiration. Do you want to bargain with the dark powers on this roll?
I can only bump that up to a 13 though. But
Join me.
I mean, she's got to try. That's This is
Draw another corruption.
Actually, could I expend... Oh, no, I guess I have to do it beforehand, never mind. Never mind.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
2 nat ones in a row. That's some great rolling.
Doru suddenly springs up from his slumped position as the smell of Vidata's blood comes close and lashes out. With his claws, tearing his way from Nova's grasp.
Okay. I get an attack of opportunity on that.
Me too.
You do.
You could grapple with your opportunity attack and just keep him in place. Huh?
Can I? I don't.
think so. No. I'm gonna say that
Isn't grapple... Sorry.
But you can make a. Well, you don't have your greatsword handy because you were holding him.
Oh, wait, shit. Not that. That's just if it's in its space. Yeah, I guess if we're saying that she doesn't actually have her sword on her because she was holding him, then...
That's how it would have to work.
Ew!
Kata, if you have a melee weapon, you could get an attack of opportunity, though. If you so wish.
I do wish.
Okay.
I rolled it to myself. That's totally... Yeah, I was fiddling around with stuff. So
We're absolutely doing that
roll again.
today.
And of course now the rolls suck. Yay. But while he was...
You did have an advantage because
exactly.
Nova is, I guess, kind of grappling him around the pillar, but nonetheless, you are both threatening him from opposite sides. So that's actually a hit. So the thunder of the gauntlet echoes through the basement. And he will stop next to Vidata and spit out the ropes that are no longer being held and say, "Let me go, or I'll kill him!" With his claws on either side of Vidata. What do you guys want to do?
Oh my god. Okay, ruling question. Is he hostile towards me? Is he just hostile towards the whole group?
Yeah, he's hostile towards everybody.
Okay. Okay, that's my idea out the window.
Okay. What do you guys want to do? He's threatening to strike down the heavily injured Vidata if you don't let him go.
Do you want out of this basement?
The lad
I could do
nods.
something.
Donovan
I
says,
think I will...
Please don't hurt him. You're not sure whether he's talking to his son or you.
I'll roll d20 just to make this decision easier for me.
Okay.
Okay. Anyone who's like watching Vidata's face can see that like throughout this thing he's been getting like cumulatively more pissed off. He hates the fact that he's trying to help these people, but they're also caught up in their own madness that they can't see that. And like I'm facing away from Dora, right? He's like behind me with his claws.
Correct.
Vedata's eyes kind of like... Let me check the CR of the creature. Hold on, sorry. I turned into a bear yet. Gone, right? Yeah, I can turn into a black bear. Okay, Vedata's like eyes will flash yellow for a moment. He grits his teeth, and he will... It's a bonus action, so I assume it's like pretty fast. And I will attempt to wild shape into a black bear. I think I can turn into a black bear.
Okay. You wild shape into a black bear. The lad is extraordinarily surprised. His claws are like over the bear's shoulders, and he's like, "What?"
And I want to just like turn around and just like fucking smack Dora into the ground if possible.
Okay, so you're gonna maul him as a bear? Go for it.
Okay, so that is a +4 to hit. 13. If need be, I will bargain. You know I will.
Bear!
Oh yeah.
I
think I'm a large creature. No, bears are only medium, but black bears are only medium. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Small bear.
You will miss him, but he will attack the bear. And I'm sure the rest of you are going to want to jump in at that point.
Oh yeah.
He does have disadvantage at this point because I thunder gauntleted him beforehand.
Okay. Nova, what do you want to do?
Can I... This is slightly retroactive, but like she had asked if Vedata had an actual way to cure him, and
Vedata responded to that.
I don't.
Right,
Yeah,
but like,
sorry.
can she tell that you didn't actually have a plan? Because like you had said like he had looked certain, but like he didn't actually have one.
Guess I can roll like a deception against you if you want, like my deception versus your insight.
Yeah, can we just do that real quick? Because I think
yeah.
depending on how that turns out is how she will act.
So I'm like, I'd say personally from that, you'd probably be able to tell that Vedata does this a lot. And he probably has an addiction to helping people or is desperate. He just wants to help but doesn't know how to help. Be able to figure that out pretty easily from reading his character.
Okay, then Nova is going to do something, which is she and her shadow are going to surround this man.
All right.
She's going to stab him.
Okay.
And she's going to do it fatally.
Okay.
This is not trying to incapacitate, she is trying to behead this creature.
Got it. That is a hit. You swing your sword. The blade bites deeply into his narrow chin, cleaving through into his neck and out the back, stretching out his spine and snapping it on the magical blade. The boy's scream is cut off, but the priest's continues as Doru's body falls to the floor, motionless. The priest scream continuing on and on as he falls to his knees, screaming out and weeping. Why, he cries. Given over utterly to madness, he collapses on the ground.
Alina will go up to him and kneel next to him as she puts her hand near him and casts She's gonna cast sleep, but I need to center it somewhere where it won't catch anyone else. So give
That's
me
not
a
hard.
second.
Yeah, you can do that easily, no problem.
Yeah, so yeah, she'll shush him comfortingly, and
you knock him out, and as the screams of the now entirely insane priest quiet down, a voice speaks in a mouth from the mist at the top of the stairs where it has followed Mavs down the stairs.
Oh, the poor boy. I suppose he will never get to see anything else or stand up to anyone else ever again.
Alina
My
recognizes
lord.
this voice.
Yep. My lord will have pleasure of this news. Alina, you recognize that voice in the mist all too well.
He
And folks,
will...
what's that?
She will scream at the end of his speech. As soon as he stops, she just doesn't want to be there. He's
right.
hiding her way out. She can't get away.
And on that scream, folks, we are going to call the end of this session. So, congratulations. You survived another session of Curse of Strahd. So well done on that. Slaying Doru is a milestone.
Shit.
So you guys are going to level up.
Holy shit.
That's unexpected.
Congratulations. Is it?
Kind of, yes.
And
I mean, I guess it's just hard to guess where these milestones are.
Slaying Doru is a milestone. And you guys are going to level up. So congratulations on that. We will return in hopefully 2 weeks for another session. I hope you guys had as much fun as I did.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. That was intense.
Messy. That was messy.
I mean, we
That's the
did end
perfect
on a
word for it.
decapitation.
Welcome to Barovia.
I will say, technically, doing the funeral for the burgomaster is the milestone. But you cleared the church, and I think you deserve the level up now.
I
So-
can turn into fish. I can wild shape into fish now, guys. Woo. Yep.
Gonna come in handy once this session. You're gonna thank that for that. Just being able to turn into a fish.
Yep. Are
Never
you
plan
guys
on-
going to take the stuff, any stuff from the church? Are you going to loot the church? You going to take... I know you took the books, but there's a chest in this corner, etc.
Oh, yeah, we'll just take anything.
Not the rotting meat. but...
The priest will not oppose you.
He's gone night night.
Personally, I won't, but these guys might.
Cut
Yeah,
and-
Kira
Yeah,
would
I'll take
definitely
another.
walk over to the chest and check things out.
Okay, so I'll remind me to type it into Discord later. But there's a number of potions that Doru had, or that Donovich had hoped would cure his son, that are in that chest, that you guys can take if you want. So there are several potions of healing. There's a special potions of barkskin, and a few other potentially useful things for you to take if you so choose. And I guess I made an assumption that you guys are going to go through with the funeral, but clearing the church is the important step in that.
I mean, we did tell the dude that we would, so I think, like, well, for sure. I don't think we're not going to do that. So
it's all good. But I wanted to give you the
quite
level
honestly,
up now.
I thought we'd have some time left in the day to actually get over to the mansion, but night crept up on us.
It's all good. So I'm going to give you the level up now, though, for that milestone. Also, killing Doru gives you all 1 involuntary corruption. So everyone draw 1 from the deck of corruption, please.
5, baby.
I was actually going to try and get through this without any corruption, so... Okay.
That's what I meant when I said it was unexpected that this was a milestone. It didn't feel like a win.
Well, milestones aren't necessarily victories.
That's true.
we'll have to deal with the fallout.
Just bridges burned.
Milestone, yeah, in a sense, milestones are accomplishing something significant. Okay, well, guys, I had a lot of fun. I will see you next time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good night.
Have a good one.